system, we have also strengthened the pharmacovigilance of the nutrition commodities. We have trained all nutritionists across the country to be able to identify any adverse reactions to the commodities that we send down to the facilities. We have also trained them on how to immediately, quickly report these adverse reactions so that action can immediately be taken by the National Drug Authority. I must mention that these commodities are also distributed or sold through pharmacies, 5 private pharmacies across the country to the private sector. And the National Drug Authority closely monitors the sale and utilization of these products throughout the system. So there's a strong system that is in place to address any other occurrences in the future. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Alex, are you online? Alex?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Alex?
I am around.
Okay, there was a question for you. Can you respond to that question?
Question.
Did you capture that question, Alex? Peterson, can you repeat your question?
The issue of strength to effective. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes. Confirm that you got the question, Alex.
Me. Yes, I confirm.
Okay.
Yes, for the government and the partners was a key one for the harmonization. Process. So already the country, and the plan is to continue cascading this training to as
Your network is breaking, Alex. Confirm that you can hear us.
so I request maybe Isaac can.
Okay, Alex, if you're having network challenges, I think we can always get your response using a different mechanism.
Since it's in-house,
so, ladies and
yeah,
gentlemen, thank you very much. We have come to the end of our session. I would like to thank all our presenters this morning. A big round of applause for all our presenters. And also, I'd like to thank the audience for the comments, for the feedback, and for the active participation. Thank you very much. On a separate note, I will remove my hat as the chair for this session and wear a different hat in the capacity as the president of the Nutrition Society of Uganda. And on a very sad note, would like to make a death announcement. The Nutrition Society of Uganda announces the death of Professor John Kakitahi. I think that name resonates in the room. I would like to use this opportunity to invite Dr. Hanifa Bachu to give us a word or two regarding the death of Professor John Tuhe Kakitahi. Thank you. No, we'll do the photo moment after her announcement.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. When Nelly asked who has not spoken for the last 3 days, I was one of them, but God, prepared a presentation for me to utilize and honor a man, an icon of nutrition, whom he called yesterday morning by the name of Professor Tuhe, John Tuhe Kakitahi. We celebrate this great icon of nutrition for the great work he has done. He was an all-rounder, started as a clinician, but through his career, he built himself as a public health specialist, a nutritionist, and did a lot of work. I'm going to concentrate on his work in Mwanamgimu, and my colleague will talk about the governance aspect to see how important Professor Kakitahi has been in our lives in the nutrition fraternity. Is it working? Okay. Okay, in Mwanamgimu, in the 80s, the early 80s, Professor Kakitahi replaced the professors like Professor Whitehead, who was there as a researcher in nutrition and had started 2 nutrition centers, one in Kasangati and in Mwanamugemo. It was actually a research center. So Professor Kakitahi was mentored by these white professors, and he took on boldly, and turned the nutrition center into what we call the National Nutrition Unit later on, the only nutrition unit for quite some time. Now, I'll just talk about his contribution apart from the area of partnership with Rotary. He was a keen, he was keen in ensuring that mobilization of resources, we have just talked of financing, was important. He secured resources from Rotary to improve Mwanamugemo Nutrition Unit to become not just a unit for management of malnutrition, but also as a teaching hub for nutrition in Uganda. He, as a researcher, also spearheaded the research on nutrition therapeutic feed. Some of us may have heard the GICO. GICO was a combination of the GNADS and Sepsim paste, roasted and made into paste, mixed with water for management of acute malnutrition. This was way back before our RUTAFA, RUTF we are talking about. It's unfortunate that this great work did not get published. He also spearheaded the famous Chitobero we talk about now as one of the key ways of nourishing the malnourished, especially the moderately malnourished, in a way that you address the the locally available nutrients, nutrition diet, you turn it into a food that would nourish the malnourished. He also did not stop there. He strengthened the linkage between clinical or health facilities and community. He was so passionate about community and established centers, community centers for outreaches, home visits for the health workers, the students. So he took the service up to the community level. And the famous communities that we can remember are the Kasangati community, and then Kayunga community, and also areas around Mwanamugemo. So he was an all-rounder. He was an accomplished. All of us benefited from this great icon. As the Lord calls him today, we should remember him and ask ourselves, how much of what Professor has managed to accomplish can we take on? That is the only way we can celebrate his life. May his soul rest in peace as we condole with his family, his widow, Margaret Kakitahi, Dr. Muhumuza Kakitahi, his other children, relatives, and family. For contribution as the Nutrition Fraternity, please reach out to you can send your contribution to Angela Babika, the treasurer of the Nutrition Society Union Association, on 0771-080-161, please, so that we still give a befitting send-off of this nutrition icon in Uganda. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you very much. I'm Abe Karure Sewari, who really worked with this Professor Kashitaki is a grandfather and founder of nutrition in Uganda. I'll just be brief, but on our part, you are the products. He chaired the Uganda Food and Nutrition Technical Committee to come up with a lot of developments in Uganda. First of all, he chaired and we produced the background to the food and nutrition policy. Later on, we came up with the first Uganda food and nutrition policy. Later on, we came up with the Uganda Nutrition Plan of Action. From there, Professor Kashitaki, as a nutrition consultant, we came up with the first of all district plan of action for nutrition, but we started with the Mubende, your plan is here, and the Kabale. So he really did a lot, but as a chairperson of the technical committee, we came up with the following. First of all, he developed cabinet memos, which sanctioned and we managed to start to, we managed to pass a bill on iodized salt. People in the mountain areas, were suffering with goiter, and this bill was passed. The salt which was, which was manufactured in Uganda, in the mountains there, they made a program to iodize it. All entry points in Uganda where all the salt entering Uganda were tested whether it was iodized or not. Another cabinet memo which came out successful is the introduction of Uganda National Bureau of Standards. We didn't have any, and we had to go to the University of Nairobi to bring what is the name? To bring Madam Kasirie to head the section. It is now flopping. That is Kashitaki. Another cabinet memo which I remembered, is the early warning system, which came. Okay, I'm cutting short, but it's very important. Why don't you listen? Come out with the early warning system, which we started as a section somewhere, but it is now a ministry of disaster and so on. Professor spearheaded the starting of food and nutrition degree at Makerere, and later on, nutrition degree. We can't exhaust what the professor did. But I remember one thing when I was working with him, is the question somebody asked there, can nutrition improve academic performance? When the Professor Kashitaki was saying, you teach a hungry child, you are teaching a sick child. So you can say if sick children can perform. That is what Professor Kashitaki, we shall miss him. Personally, I worked so closely with him. But at the same note, maybe we have lost two important people. even our former Minister of Agriculture, Patrick Rubahayo, has also gone. Thank you very much for listening to us. We shall meet and thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. As we wind up, I request that we all stand and observe a moment of silence in his honor. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Hanifa. Thank you very much, Madam Sewali. Thank you for that. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our session. Remember, our session was a spillover session from yesterday. Thank you very much. So as we step down the podium, photo moment, please. We need a photo moment for our session presenters to allow us step down the podium. Thank you.
A big clap for Nelly from UNICEF for steering us so well this morning. Yes, the spillover really spilled a bit more than we thought, but all for good. So we won't say any more about that. We have learned quite a bit. Now, the session that we are going to go to, which will be for the next hour, is the session on developing actionable strategies to accelerate the UNAP2 in the short and medium term, as well as explore options and linkages between UNAP2, UNAP3, SDGs, and the National Development Plan 4. The idea here is to really see how we bring the UNAP agenda into the national processes that are ongoing, the other policy frameworks that are ongoing, that are being implemented. And as we go along, other than seeing the synergies, we also start thinking about what should be the things that we should focus on and emphasize in UNAP 3. So to help us do that, we have 4 presenters that are going to speak for very short times. I know they have many slides, but each one of them can't go beyond 15 minutes. And the person who is going to chair the session is very good at keeping time, and that is called Professor Myanja. So Professor Myanja, you are welcome to chair this session, and I will help you to bring even the presenters up here so that we can move very quickly. The first presenter will be Mr. Julius Kapwepwe. Mr. Julius Kapwepwe is from the PDM Secretariat of the Ministry of Local Government. And then we have other presenters. The NDP 4 strategic direction will be presented by Mr. Alan Kayongo. Alan Kayongo is from the National Planning Authority. I will be presenting the SDG implementation, which we work on closely since I'm part of that technical team. And then lastly, we shall listen to the Commissioner, Strategic Coordination and Implementation, Mr. Walugembe. But over to you, Professor.
Thank you. What time is it? Is it good morning or afternoon? Is it morning? Some few minutes. Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Mia Charles. I work at the university already, you know that. And some of you have touched your souls. I'm happy to be here so that I can chair this session. First of all, when I look at nutrition, I talk about the health of the people. And in most cases, I say a healthy population translates into a healthy economy. With people being healthy, it means they work hard and they develop the economy. So I think for me, I usually think about that. So today or this morning, going into the afternoon, already they have told us we are going to have around 4 presentations. The first one is on the parish development model. This is something I was looking at. How do we make the people at the grassroots improve their economies? I think the model is looking at that. They are trying to improve the lives of the people through some aspects, which I think Julius is going to tell us. So without wasting much time, I will call upon Julius to come to the podium and give his presentation.
Professor, I think it is still good morning. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocol observed because of the guidance of Professor. I won't go into the protocol, but allow me to introduce myself and our team. I'm Julius Kapwepo again. I work as technical advisor for policy at the PDM Secretariat in the Ministry of Local Government. I'll run through this. There is Jacinta, please stand up for recognition. There's also the morgue team. Sam and the team, are you here? I'm introducing this so that when it comes to the question time, the questions can be thrown to the other side. Me, I just sneak away quietly. That's the tactic of so. Please roll the slides kindly. No, that is not. It is about leveraging the task we were given was on how do we leverage the parish development model to be able to scale up nutrition in Uganda. I believe the slides people can be able to get to that as we move. And as a matter of fact, we started with just like we do on Sunday and on Friday in the mosques, and every day we pray for food and many other things. So the first things first, that parish development model is a whole of government approach, repeating what you already know. It's not a project, it is not a program, it is rather a way of doing things so that we are able to see accelerated wealth creation and improved quality of life of Ugandans or of people who live in a geographical jurisdiction called Uganda by delivering services closer to the Mwananchi, taking government from up there down to the parish or ward in the case of urban centers, where we believe the farthest end of the person or household really resides. While it falls under Vision 2040 and a number of other areas, if time allows, that we'll just scan through. This particular period, 2021 to 2026, we are focusing on delivering the 39% of the population that is still in subsistence, that is still under the yoke of subsistence economy. And I don't have the time to go into the semantics of what is poverty and what is subsistence and all these details. But that translates into about 3.5 million Ugandans households that we are focusing on to working with in this initial Sanja of 5 years. and then we'll be able to. It emphasizes synergy, that is working with the state and the non-state actors together. So I think as it says in Isaiah, for some of those who have made reference to the Bible, it is about come, let us reason together. And then we are able to synergize effort and be able to move to the next level. Specifically, food security is in our radar. Wealth creation and job creation are in our radar. And then the actual service delivery across the different fronts that I may not go into at this time. The other bit quickly is that we are rooted in law, and the SDGs as part of the policy frameworks and the SDGs, the Malabo Declaration on Nutrition and Agricultural Growth, to mention but a few. But certain also the NRI Manifesto, because this is also part of His Excellency President Museveni's commitment with the people of Uganda, a social contract. Amongst the many things is the parish development model. That's where we are coming from. So it has 7 components, what some people have called pillars that it is standing on. We usually use an analogy of a house. You have a pillar here, you have a pillar the other side, you have the pillar here, but you also have the roof, and then you are able to have a comprehensive house. If you have some of them missing, you are likely to be a bit wobbling. So it is not just the famous 100 million shillings that you hear about out there that makes PDM. That is just part of pillar 3, which is financial inclusion. Even if it was just for the sake of intellectual discussion alone, that particular pillar of financial inclusion has got 6 subcomponents, of which credit, the 100 million shillings, the parish revolving fund, is just one of the 6, before you talk about the entire pillar. So in terms of then leveraging, also is to be clear about what PDM is, because at times there has been conceptual issues around what it is. Some people think it is everything, and perhaps to that extent can easily flip through. In terms of scope, therefore, quickly, the 100 million shillings that is going to our parishes or wards in the case of urban centers, that is basically designated for the other 39% population that I've talked about. But parish development model is for every Ugandan. If that wasn't the case, why would we be building a bridge? Why would we be concerned about many of those other capital items that are construed under this particular element? But also in terms of scope again, there has been a confinement or a limitation for now 7 particular enterprise commodities, and I'll just read them verbatim. Fish farming, coffee, dairy, piggery, poultry, fruits and food crops. And we see that in a number of these elements, really, we can be able to leverage for purposes of nutrition. And because of the limited time, we'll just look at one particular example, perhaps, at least for now. Let's say we've read about the orange-fleshed sweet potatoes. Earlier on, we had a very nice story about beetroot. And as we talk about fruits, it could be, as we talk about food crops, it could already be an entry point that we work together and we don't just have open-ended food crops, but we also include some of these bits that have already been scientifically tested and proven to be very, very useful to the journey that we wish to take on. But that PDM is also looking at on-farm and off-farm. In other words, the 7 commodities, but along their value chains. Some people can practically work on farm, but not necessarily. Somebody could be an off-taker at the next level of the node, and all that falls within our bracket of, which itself then provides an opportunity that we need to look at the locus along the continent. And in terms of processing and value addition, there are some of those scientifically proven bits that we can be able to have along, that it is not just food, for instance, but maybe it is fortified in a certain way and organic way or something. Yeah, could kindly roll to slide 6, but you'll find me on 7. Yeah, just continue to 7. And I'll give an example that Uganda, for instance, has been an importer of so many things. Yes, you can pause there for now. An importer of so many things, including fruits, including poultry products, including these a number of things that we could be able to domesticate and consciously work together so that it is not just any fruit, but particular types of fruit that we are promoting so that we are able to see that nutrition value coming aboard. Next slide. On the structures that have been established for purposes of operating the parish development model outfit at our communities. And there are 4 structures. But as you can see, there is the household element. People come who are subsisting and are identified through mechanisms which I'm not going to go into now. How do you distinguish X from Y, person or persons? And then once they have been identified, or rather have identified themselves through mechanisms, then you have them coming together to have an enterprise along the 7 commodity items that I've highlighted. So it could be enterprise group A. We just used group A, but that could be for, say, coffee. And enterprise group B, we're interested in poultry. And the line goes on. That's a level, a structure. But also you have those coming within a parish, then form their own leadership, which becomes the circle leadership, which has management and a number of committees there. But within that, the circle is rather unique because it is a multi-purpose kind of investment that we are looking at, not linear as you have always maybe been accustomed to. But also you have a parish development committee, which is another administrative structure, which is always there anyway, LC2s and a number of other people represented. So we could leverage these structures that are already constituted across the entire ends of the country. Every single bit in this country has got those structures, but the functionality and ensuring that they take certain messages, if it is about how do you work to make sure you don't have aflatoxins and a number of these things, how do you go about it? We come together and we are able to clean up or leverage those existing infrastructure to be able to go. Next slide, please. This is what I was earlier on highlighting, that it is not just on farm. It is along the continuum. Somebody could come in, but is just interested in providing animal feeds of the dairy, for instance, that I've talked about. That is something that could be looked at. If it needs capitalization, then the money is available through the circle, which is basically a parish bank establishment at that level and along the chain. So the point here for me is ensuring nutrition investments, ensuring that nutrition investments are cross-cutting rather than just being looked at in a dichotomous kind of manner, but being conscious that we do investments along the chain. And as I go towards winding up, next slide, please. That's for you intellectuals, we can come to this level and we say that the ecosystem PDM has established or is part of an ecosystem that is not just confined to just seeds or something. We can be able to use the researches that have been identified and then we integrate them into delivering this. That PDM already has got a very good political will and very practical commitments in delivering our SDGs, in delivering the pillars, in delivering the National Development Plan 3 and 4. And that already is going to clean up for us many things without even having to look for additional resources necessarily, but rather leveraging what is in place. But also there is a strong element of listening more from the Mwananchi. The Mwananchi is at the center of this, and that factor oftentimes has been a bit of a gap, and now is coming out as a key area of emphasis, because eventually we think that once we've rolled out all this and done the instructions and the nurturing, then people will be able to run these things on their own with lesser government direct hand. So when all that has happened, next slide, please, as I wind up, is that is the kind of parish we would wish to see. It may not necessarily have the very straight roads as you'd expect in some of these urban centers, but philosophically, it is what we would wish to see, that there is every other service jointly delivered by the state actors and the non-actors at the lowest administrative unit, which is the parish in the case of Uganda. Thank you.
Yeah, spared us some 4 minutes. That's why I didn't come to you. I think the work they are doing on is very, very important for the country. Actually, whenever I hear people talking about Paris development model, I'm looking at the food system. Whatever I have shown you there is what we call a food system. How do we transform the food system to provide the nutrition for the people? You look at production, you look at storage, you look at marketing, distribution, and all that kind of value addition is within what? The Paris development model. I think this one is very, very important, especially when you are looking at the pillar number 1. That's where the gist is. The others are not so important, but number 1 is very, very important. So I think we are happy. We are seeing the model which we believe will come in the future. Actually, they say, if you want to go somewhere, you have to dream. If you don't dream, we never go there. So we are dreaming to see such a kind of a parish whereby everything is integrated. So I thank you very much for that insight in your presentation. So can I call upon the next presenter? This time I want to have somebody from another area of any National Development Plan 4. And Mr. Allen, you are going to do that comfortably. I know the plan is very good, and we want to see what it's going to do after plan 3.
Thank you, Prof. It's almost at the clock of midday, so I greet you all. Once again, my name is Alan Kayongo, a senior planner in charge of strategic planning at the National Planning Authority. NPA has been very central in the nutrition debate. And I think here I have my colleague, Mr. Grace Bwenje, who works closely with the agro-industrialization program. He's been here since day 1. And even online, there are other colleagues from the Human Capital Development Program. Now, the task I have at hand is to take you through the strategic direction of the National Development Plan 4, but also bring nutrition into focus. I will see how to squeeze whatever I prepared within the 15 minutes, and trust you me, I will do it. Let's move on. That's the overview. I won't go into that. Please move to the next slide. The law requires us to have the plan by June 2025, but now we should have the plan by September 2024 to guide the budget processes and all the requisite plans. So by September, the key message on this slide is that we should have a plan which should guide this country in terms of budgeting and in terms of strategies. Let's go on. Yes. You know, you may ask yourself, what informs the NDP4 strategic direction? It is multifaceted. There are a number of components for this. One is guidance from the top. Usually we say that the tone at the top determines the action at the bottom. So we have incorporated these excellence in the president's strategic guidance, but we are also cognizant that this government wants to develop by tenfold within the next 15 years. So this strategic direction has captured that. Socioeconomic and Uganda's political history well captured, Uganda Vision 2040, cognizant of the international frameworks and the regional frameworks, and of course lessons from the previous plans. And of course, engagements like these, which give us insights into the programming. We can go to the next slide.
Where did you
The
get
message
it
from
from?
this slide is that we undertook a thorough analysis of Uganda's political and socioeconomic history. And we separated this, well, it goes back from 1946 before we had independence. But for the focus of this presentation, I focused on 3 time spectrums. Between 1996 and 96, we're in a period of economic recovery. And what we found out is that the economy was growing so much, but we are not doing so well in aspects of productivity, value addition, and unemployment. And you know, since nutrition is a multi-sectoral approach, whatever we do, and Prof said it here, that for economic transformation and development, you need a healthy being. You need the nutrients right. When we went to Poverty Education Action Plan, we saw people's living standard improved, and of course nutrition, but we had binding constraints. And now that's when we went through the NDP period, which we call the Comprehensive National Development Planning Framework, which we are in right now. Proceed. I'm going to skip some slides, but the key lessons you also get from the past plans are quite many. First of all, there are some fundamentals which you can't do away with. You cannot talk about nutrition if you are dealing in an environment which is not stable. So then peace, security, and macroeconomic stability, very critical. Macro level interventions are very well oriented and very critical. However, if you don't follow those up with the micro level interventions, then you will not achieve. And that is the message I also have for you, that if you do national nutrition planning very well, but you don't proceed on doing the micro very well, then we shall be hitting the wrong target. Prioritization and sequencing, very critical. Political will, we have quite enough. And building domestic resilience is critical. And we saw this during COVID because the NDP3 came through during COVID. Financing alone, availability of that is not enough if at all you don't use it well. And of course, the program approach is critical. Next slide. I give you a number of achievements we've made over the years, which spill over in terms of the economy, infrastructure, health, nutrition, very critical in that regard, education, ICT, poverty. I won't go into the details because we don't have so much time. So having done all that background, what then needs to be done in the NDP4? And quite a number of things come through. Security, peace, and macroeconomic stability shall be maintained. This economy wants to grow double digits. The Vision 2040 postulated that we shall have an economy of 500 billion by 2040, and the government has designed a strategy to at least to grow double digits in the NDP4. We also see that we are very weak in implementation, and that is one of the key cracks in the NDP4 going forward. Science, technology will be very eminent. Available markets, you have to produce, you have to sell what you produce within those markets, of course, following the value chain approach. Domestic revenue can't be overemphasized. Next slide, please. Competitive private sector, human capital development, and this is where the nutrition story comes into play. Proceed on. Also, what is new in the NDP4 is that we are focusing on what we are calling consolidation of development gains. Because you've then gotten to ask yourself, shall you always be changing your goalposts? Yet, when the results have come out in terms of midterm review, you've not achieved as much. So we are saying that, okay, I think we should now concentrate much more on the implementation of some of the strategies we are even hampered by COVID and the other implementation inefficiencies. Close implementation gaps, science, technology, financing, and of course, leverage existing opportunities. Now, I provide the logical flow of the NDP4, which cascades from the Vision 2040, the 10-fold strategy, the goal of the plan, objectives, interventions, and of course, we are achieving results, as you see alongside each of that. The goal of the NDP, which was approved by Cabinet, is not so much different from the one of NDP3, because I've given a justification that we are consolidating the development gains. That whereas the goal of NDP3 was improving household income and quality of life, the goal of the NDP4 is achieve higher household incomes and employment for sustainable socioeconomic transformation. Because the pace at which we've been achieving hasn't been so good, so we need to fast track that. The theme which is rallying us towards all this is sustainable industrialization for inclusive growth, employment, and wealth creation. And of course, in there, I will show you how the nutrition comes into play. Having said that, then the proposed goal and theme is justified for a number of reasons. Industry, for countries which are not developing very fast, have to catch up. Agro-industrialization is your base, and that's where a number of your population is. And that is also critical for nutrition, like I will conclude. Mineral development, Uganda is based on the resources. Digitalization, tourism, finance, oil and gas, and of course we operate through institutional reforms for us to achieve all these resource bases. 5 objectives were then proposed. 1, sustainably increase production, productivity, and value addition in Uganda's key opportunities. That is agriculture, tourism, minerals, oil and gas, and the likes. 2, enhance human capital development along the entire life cycle, because we know that a human being starts coming into being from the time of conception up to the very time when he dies. Like we have even given a vote of thanks to the Prophet who has gone. You could see the things that he has done through his spectrum of life. Support the private sector to drive growth and create jobs, infrastructure critical, and of course strengthen good governance. Now you are going to skip all that. Skip that. I'm going to focus on nutrition. Skip that. So skip that slide. All that is trying to detail the details of the interventions, which I don't want to bog you down since we want to focus on nutrition. The strategy direction is also anchored on the macroeconomic strategy. Where this country wants to grow double digits, it wants to create employment, it wants to increase revenue, and it wants to maintain macroeconomic stability. That is the key message from that slide. And employment, if you look at us as a country, we are not doing so well. So we are saying this plan should be pertinent on aspects of employment. You cannot pretend to have good nutrition if you don't have some income. If at all, maybe if you're not even growing in terms of subsistence. Next slide, please. The delivery approaches are also well articulated. Parish development model, thank you, Julius, will be the delivery approach for the NDP because it is the last mile strategy. It reaches to the household that we are targeting in the NDP 4 goal. Impact of development action is very critical. Programmatic approach will continue. Science, value addition, regional planning, monitoring and accountability, risk-based planning and implementation. This is your message today. That if you do the National Plan of Action for Nutrition and you don't incorporate in risk, then you are shooting a wrong target. And that is what we are also telling our stakeholders in planning. COVID came, how much did we achieve going forward from Europe 2 to 3? That's a question I should ponder about. Proceed. Results, okay, proceed. I want now to focus on nutrition because I think I have, yes, the next slide. Nutrition in focus. Now, we have talked about value addition and industrialization as key facets of the NDP 4 and as accelerators to achieve the double digit. And it is not by mistake. If you put that within the spectrum of the nutrition debate, it's because with value addition to agriculture, opportunities for nutrition are harnessed. Value addition is one of the other key components in the NDP 4. Because the prof has been talking about the beetroot and the likes, if at all you don't add value on the things you produce, even when you are doing well in terms of production, your nutrition is going to be affected. Then food and wait. I'm still concentrating on that slide. Food and nutritional security is a pillar in the NDP 4 since food is the #1 security for the country. Did you realize what happened during COVID? Uganda in a way was cushioned because it had good climatic conditions, it had a good harvest period, even when people were not getting income per se. So there are some semblance of food, but we need to do food security, but we need to do better going forward. Nutrition is also one of the cross-cutting issues, which is considered in the NDP 4. And it has been catered in the planning policy, which is about to be issued out to the different planning entities, such that they consider nutrition as a key facet and factor in whatever they do. Nutrition, since it is also multi-sectoral, will be addressed in a multi-sectoral nature. And this is also the crux of the matters why NPA went program approach. because these programs, you get a number of stakeholders contributing towards a common goal. And your common goal now is nutrition. When you look at the 20 programs we have in the NDP, you get to see that the nutrition elements cut across a number of programs: agro-industrialization automation, natural resources, regional development, community mobilization. But of course, even the space within you operate, that is development plan implementation. Proceed on, sir. Now, due to the centrality of human capital, nutrition then became one of the focus in the human capital development program. And indeed, we dedicate a full strategy to nutrition, improving nutrition for all. And in there, we have a strategy that calls for promotion of better nutrition for all. And this strategy is going to be detailed at the program level, at the local government level, at the DP level. Strategy 2, thank you. Strategy talks about enhancing access to water, sanitation, and hygiene. Because we know and realize that nutrition is a multifaceted phenomena. You cannot shoot at it in singularity, okay? Then we call upon other facets which deal with that. And that one of them is access to water, sanitation, hygiene. And this will be also detailed at the program working levels. And now one of the reforms in NDP4, we are saying that we are decentralizing the PIAP development from NPA to the programs. Because the other time during NDP3, programs were a new phenomena. And somebody who knew them had to come through. But now we are saying, since there is some experience with programs, the programs which understand their landscape very well are the same programs which are going to develop these program implementation action plans. And there is a roadmap to that. And NPA will handhold and moderate. So in there, the different stakeholders can now come and join in terms of nutrition. Yeah, thank you, sir. 4 minutes to go. Addressing social safety needs such as food assistance to vulnerable populations is critical. But of course, nutrition, education cannot be overemphasized in this debate. In terms of objective 1, where we talk about enhancing the production and value addition of Uganda's opportunities, we talk about increasing production and productivity in agriculture, industry, minerals, oil and gas and the likes. And you find out that nutrition is also critical in there. Because even when you want to achieve your goal of improving household income and quality of life, all those ones are contributed to by a healthy population, which is nutrition. Ensure food security for all, and the other actions under, under this sub-strategy. Proceed, sir. I'm about to finish. Increasing value addition in agriculture, there are also a number of strategies which are detailed. Food processing, storage, very critical. Food safety, what kind of foods are we consuming? Are they good to our health? Then food and nutrition security is one of the parameters going forward that we are basing on in the criteria to determine commodity prioritization and agro-industrialization program. And this is where, because you plan in scarcity, you cannot plan with an open check. So we are telling programs that for the small resources that government has, you are going to give us a prioritization criteria for the commodities you are going to focus on. Now, we have made nutrition as one of the criteria for the focus for the agro-industrialization program. In terms of the recommendation and parting shots, program working groups shall remain the major, working modality. Nutrition is majorly donor dependent and driven, and it's only in the PIAP that government financing can be attracted. And this is where my recommendation now falls, is that beyond the national action planning of nutrition and the likes, we should now cascade our action to the decentralized levels of programs, of local governments, and the likes. Because, first of all, it is the first call through which you get government resources. But then, too, it is also because the planning consultant will come and tell you that even the development plan assistance is supposed to be enshrined and harmonized through the PIAPs, the program implementation action plans. So going forward, the donor dependence should go now and cascade at the program level. So stakeholders should always attend program working groups. Important decisions such as resource allocation and budget ceilings are made at the program working groups. We shall detail out and also use the nutrition interventions in the PIAPs. Lastly, risk management, critical. I've already talked to this. We cannot plan in a vacuum because you have a number of contingencies. So as we go forward in UNAP 3, we need to have a risk analysis and mitigation strategy. For even the strategy that you design an intervention, how much should I need in terms of resources to mitigate the risk which is facing the achievement of that strategy? Data, statistical systems and results programming, my colleagues who are from the previous panel have talked about it. Service and service delivery standards are critical and they will come through at the program level, because what then are you consuming if it doesn't have a standard, which ultimately shall have an effect on human life? So NPA, in summary, is a prime partner in this discussion and will continue as such, towards the realization of set out nutrition strategy direction, goals and results. And we pledge our support and commitment to finalize this journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alan. You are spared 1 minute. Yeah, they are good at making me, I think, is a word. But I thank him for the aspect he has talked about. That document is presenting the huge document. He has touched a bit of it. I have the document, but I know the document is too big. But I was trying to make sure that he saw the directions which the government wants to take. But one thing I'll tell you that this plan is here to what? To alleviate poverty. And poverty is a disease, which this plan is going to cure. But is it going to cure it in many ways, which he has established there in his presentation? One of the important things I've noted is that if you want the country to develop, you don't look at the micro level only, but also the micro level is very, very important. And what policy do you put in place to support the micro level and macro level? They have to work together. That's how we develop. But most of the governments which I've seen, they look at macro level because of external trade. And then they forget about the internal trade and also the nutrition of the people. So when you look at both the levels, you find something coming out very, very well. Also, another thing is stressed the importance of governance. Without governance, which is good, there won't be peace, there won't be security, there won't be security. So we need a governance to be in place in order to implement this plan. I think that's one of the important things. And also he talked about the inclusion of science and technology in the value chains. The value chain are the one which are going to make nutrition work. If we don't put science there, automatically they won't produce what you want. And I encourage us, myself, for example, I think of value chain as the way to move all the system in the country, value chain by value chain, look at it, understand it, and then go to another value chain. And the safety part of it is very, very important. Without food safety, there's no food what? Security or nutrition. So all these things are very, very important. But the work the plan is going to address is huge. But the implementation of that plan is all of us, not only what? The National Planning Authority. So we have work to do from the grassroots up to the top. Thank you very much for that. Now I call upon another presenter, Richard. Richard is going to take us through the status of implementing the SDGs. The subject is very complicated, but I think it will help us to understand. Thank you very much. You're most welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Put up the slides so that I help you understand. As our chair has said, I'll be talking about the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. As you know, Uganda, like all the countries around the world, has endorsed the Sustainable Development Goals because these are global goals that were agreed by all the members of the United Nations to ensure that we can all, as a globe, have a collective development agenda that we follow. So I'm presenting this on behalf of the SDG Secretariat, which is also under Commissioner Walugembe, who are in charge of implementing the SDGs. There are several slides, but I'll use rapid fire following from my young brother, Kayongo, so that you all get the gist of the matter. So let's go to the next slide. So I'll just talk about those three things: the background, progress, and then the high-level forum and the voluntary national review process that Uganda is undertaking. If you go to the next slide, that shows you that this agenda starts way back from the Millennium Development Goals. At the office of the Prime Minister, they call me grandfather of SDGs, because since the Millennium Development Goals, I've been working on this thing in 2000 when I was at Ministry of Finance. But we had 7, and those 7 became 17. But there was unfinished business in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals. Now that has shifted into the new business, which is called the Sustainable Development Goals. I won't go into any detail beyond that because this slide will be available. In Uganda, they put up something called the SDG Coordination Framework, which starts with cabinet. There is a coordination, policy coordination committee. There is an implementation steering committee. And then there is a national SDG task force and a number of coordination working groups, one on M&E, one on mainstreaming, one on resource mobilization, data, and then communication and popularization. And there has been quite a bit of progress that we have done as a country, that from about 2015, when the goals were adopted globally, and actually that year Uganda was the president of the United Nations Assembly for 2015-2016. Our own Minister Kutesa was the one chairing. There have been a number of things that were done, but the first thing that we did in 2016 was to produce something that was called the Readiness Review, which is like the first voluntary national review that looked at how ready is Uganda to implement the 17 goals. And that was aligned to the National Development Plan at the time. And in that plan, we found that at that time, there was a bit of alignment, but the data that we could use was still very low, or just about 41 indicators that we could easily match. So Uganda then developed a roadmap for creating an enabling environment for delivering the SDGs. Let's go to the next slide. And so one of the things that was done at the time was to agree to put up what is called an SDG secretariat. And even government also made sure that there was an SDG focal point minister who was charged with ensuring that they engage with the SDGs. And Uganda again went through and improved its data systems, and we moved from 40 to 92 SDG indicators. And we also went ahead and did some voluntary local reviews, which is the assessment of SDGs at a local level. The first one was done in Ngora District Local Government, and this was one of the first local reviews. Go to the next slide. We also, as a country, have presented a number of reviews. After the first readiness review that we did, that I talked about in 2016, we did also the second voluntary national review. And the voluntary national reviews are reports that are produced by a country to be able to tell the world, how are we implementing the SDG agenda at country level? So that was done in 2022, the second one, actually 2020, sorry, not 2022, right in the heart of COVID. I was one of the people writing it, and I don't know how many Zoom meetings we had, but that was a time when it was quite hard to do these kinds of things. We have also had a number of other reports like the SDG roadmap. A new one was done, which ends this financial year, 24-25. And then there is this SDG progress report that just looks at how progress has been for each SDGs. And right now, there are about 119 indicators, SDG indicators, that government has data that can be tracked. Another important thing that has happened is to strengthen coordination and accountability mechanisms around the SDGs. Government started putting together what are called SDG conferences. Now, these SDG conferences started, the first one was in 2022, and that was one of the things that was done to try and mobilize, but also to account back people. And there were regional meetings that were also held around these SDGs. Then here in Kampala, the Bureau of Statistics developed something called the Metadata Handbook for Sustainable Development, which has the indicators where Uganda could collect data. And now we are at 121, 2020, that was in 2022. Next slide. So in 2023, the Prime Minister again convened the second SDG conference and also a number of regional conferences across the country. But the thing around these conferences is not just to sit and drink things, but also to make sure that people understand what is the SDGs about, what are the critical issues and all that. Let's go to the next slide. And there have been a number of other activities to engage other stakeholders, like the religious groups, parliament, and even civil society in different formations and around the country. So very quickly on SDG implementation status, I think one of the things that has been done is that in assessing the midterm, because the SDGs started in 2015, going to 2030, we are now at 2024, so we are more or less at the midterm. The implementation is mixed. There is some upward progress on SDG 12 that looks at sustainable consumption and production. Now, when you see upward progress, it is on specific indicators. But also Uganda is experiencing moderate improvement for SDGs like Goal 2, Goal 3, Goal 5, Goal 8, and Goal 13. I don't want to read all the details, but those are the goals where we are having some moderate improvement. But there is stagnation on 8 goals. That is Goal 1 on poverty, Goal 4 on quality education, Goal 6 on water and sanitation, Goal 9 on industry, innovation and infrastructure, and 10 on reduced inequalities, 11 on sustainable cities, 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions, and 17 on partnership, meaning that we have not seen significant progress, but there is no decline. And the decline is seen mostly, if you go back, I just want to show people that the decline is on Goal 15. Life on land. I think there is a bit of there is an indicator around where which shows that there is a decline. And on Goal 14, life underwater, we have no data since we are a landlocked country. This is a goal that specifically focuses on countries which are next to the sea. Let's move on. So, like as you see in those slides, which we shall go through rapidly, is that on poverty. There are 12 indicators and global indicators and 8 indicators with data points in Uganda. And there we are still seeing stagnation. Let's move on. I go on to the next slide. On Goal 2, again, we have 9 indicators that we track as Uganda, but we are moderately improving on that goal. Let's move on. Goal 13. We have only 2 data indicators as Uganda, and we are seeing some moderate improvement. I won't go into the detail, but you read it in the slide to just get a few of the explanations here. Goal 16, there are 21 indicators. We have 14 indicators with data points in Uganda, but we are still seeing a stagnation on that goal. Let's move on. On Goal 17, again, we have 7 indicators with data points for Uganda, and there is stagnation on that goal. Let's move on. So according to the SDG or the Sustainable Development Solutions Network report of 2023, Uganda is more than 50% on track to achieving some of the SDGs by 2030. But you see that is low because the idea is to achieve as much as you can. And among the 52 African countries that was measured by that report, the overall score stands at 55.55, which is a bit higher than the regional, but not significantly higher. It's just higher by 2 points. And additionally, Uganda ranks 6th in Africa, after countries like Benin, Nigeria, Egypt, Ghana, and Kenya, regarding government's commitment in the coordination and implementation. I think we are one of the countries that have a strong coordination mechanism as a country. In terms of commitments, last year there was a summit which was called the SDG Summit, which was held in September. And in that summit, there were countries were asked to commit what they would want to do to accelerate the achievement of SDGs. So the 6 points that you see there is what Uganda committed to. One was to accelerate the Leave No One Behind agenda through the parish development model that has been presented. The other one was to accelerate inclusive actions for trade financing and climate smart investments. And then there was accelerating inclusive action to leverage science and technology, and then accelerate inclusive economic development and social development through climate change adaptation and mitigation. Then the issue around harnessing the full potential of data, and then accelerating a strong coordination mechanism and service delivery mechanism. To the next slide. This is quickly to just tell you what is also happening in terms of the voluntary national review. The voluntary national review report that is produced by Uganda is presented at the global level at the high level political forum, which happens in July every year. And basically this report helps a country to showcase and say, this is what we are doing to achieve the SDGs. So if you quickly go to the next slide, the next session will be 8th July to 18th of July. And the theme is on reinforcing the 2030 agenda and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, the delivery of effective, sustainable and resilient and innovative solutions. Let's go to the next slide. So the voluntary national review is part of the follow-up and review of the Agenda 2030. And the review is a process by which member states take stock. It's supposed to be regular, country-led, country-driven, and the reports are supposed to be presented at the UN, as I said, at the high-level political forum. We are doing it for the 3rd time as a country. And this report is always signed off by His Excellency, the President. Let's move on. So there are a number of dimensions that will be measured. Every year, there are a number of countries that volunteer to do these voluntary national reviews, but also every year there are a number of goals that are looked at. So this year, we are looking at goal 8, goal 9, goal 10, goal 11, and a few other goals as you see there. Let's move on. The other important thing is, I think, that when it comes to the dimensions, if you can go back one slide, when it comes to the dimension, the idea of this voluntary national review report is to look at all the key dimensions, people, the planet, peace, partnerships, as well as prosperity, as key dimensions that you look at when you are analyzing the SDGs. Let's move on. So the roadmap is just to tell you what is going on, but I won't go into any detail. That since October, we have been working, and the work will be done by 2020, by July this year. The reason our colleagues are not here is because right now they are going through the voluntary review report to make sure it is ready for submission. And a number of key stakeholders have been consulted and engaged. If you want to offer any consultations, there are those that can be done online. You sign in and you put in your comments. there is we can provide that detail to you. But also, there have been convenings of meetings by different partners to listen to what is it that we want in our report for the voluntary national review. Let's go on. So that is the online portal which you can go to and you sign in. If you have any issues, now that many people here are interested in nutrition, you go in and type in your issues and make sure that they at least are captured there. Very quickly, let's move on. I think we are just 1 or 2 slides. So these are questions that have been given for those who are going through consultations by asking the question, is Uganda doing enough? What can be done better? But also given the progress that we have had, what actions do we need to accelerate? So when we go into the afternoon discussion, I think those are some of the things we should also be looking at when we look at these SDGs and how they relate to the work that we do. So thank you very much for listening. That was just a rapid fire around how the SDGs are evolving in Uganda.
Yeah, give me another clap. Thank you, Richard. Where are you going, Richard? Yeah, I told you that he's dealing with a subject which is very, very difficult. For me, the first time when they brought the Millennium Development Goals, I looked in my head and I said, who is going to attain them? My answer was none. And the framework in terms of time, 15 years, I said it is possible. But still, we are faced with a big challenge, actually, of attaining these goals. But what you are trying to do, you have explained very well. We are continuously going to do those voluntary reviews all the time to see where we are and what do we need to do different. Without that, there's no way we can manage to know where we're going. And I told you poverty is the biggest problem in the world, isn't it? And I told you poverty is a disease. That's why you see it's number 1. If you can eradicate poverty, all the other things will be attained. You'll be able to have a decent education. You'll be able to have a good health. You'll be able to handle climate change. But the moment there's poverty in the country, there's no way you can attain the goals. So we need to fight poverty. And also one thing which you talked about, people, I looked at the first presentation of national planning at 4. What I wanted them also to consider is about the energy sources. How can we use the energy which is clean so that we can counter the effect of climate change? Reducing the tariffs on electricity is not good enough. It's good enough to support the value chains, but when it comes to attain these goals, we need to think hard. What type of energy are we going to use? And then also talked about goal 14, goal 15. When you look at them, these are basic needs of the people. So if we can work towards those, I think we are going to move the country in a better position. And the goal number 12 is talking about consumption and production. And that's where also we're relying so much when we look at ourselves in the country. How do we consume our food? How do we produce our food? Are we able to produce the food and store it so that we can use it in the best way possible? Is it safe? All those things are embedded within that. So this thing is very, very difficult to explain, but I thank Richard, he has done the best. And he has told us that we are 6th among all the countries in Africa. And I tell you, Uganda is a very, very good country when it comes to policy and implementation. I sit on most of the committees in the country which evaluate Uganda. And Uganda is, for example, in terms of standardization and food safety, Uganda is almost number 1. Uganda has contributed a lot to standardization of food safety laws and regulation standards in the country or in Africa. It's number 1. So I think we should be strong enough and we appreciate what you are doing. But as I said, we should continuously do the reviews to see where we are going in order to attain these goals. So thank you very much, Richard. So lastly, we are calling my boss, Edward. Edward is my boss. He's coming here to tell us about how are we going to implement and what have we implemented and where do we want to go and how can we integrate the lessons learned into what is coming. So
Thank you, Professor. Professor is trying to get me out of dropping out of school because I dropped out of school at PhD level. So he's trying to get me back into school. I'm a school dropout. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you very much for coming. I recognize you in your different capacities. I'm Edward Walgembe, Commissioner for Strategic Coordination and Implementation, and I've been chairing the committee, my sectoral committee, that has been organizing this wonderful forum. May I request the sectoral members of the committee to stand up for recognition? The team that has been working on the organizing team, please stand up if you're in the room. The sectoral team, I know we have Ministry of Health, civil society, development partners. Kind of give them a big clap. The rest are out there. And before you sit, may I request all the members in the house to stand up, to join you standing up. We need to raise some bit of energy this afternoon. Let's raise some bit of energy. Kindly stand up, ladies and gentlemen. I can see you if you are not standing. So I'm not going to request you to stretch, but I'm going to request you to write your long names with your head. Yes, please write your long name with your head. Is it, do we all have I? A warm clap, everyone. I've been given a tough task to talk about, but allow me to thank the chair for accepting to vary the program because I requested him that I should speak last. One, because all these areas that have been talked about, the SDG, the NDP4, the PDM, are part of the tasks that I coordinate in strategic coordination. Allow me to recognize in a special way the head of the Prime Minister's Delivery Unit, Honorable Kasule Sevunya, Honorable Robert Kasule. As I coordinate, is supposed to be the foot soldier to get the things implemented. So I recognize his presence has been in and the team that we are working with. I'm going to talk about accelerating the delivery of UNAP 2, but starting with the status of implementation and insights in accelerating delivery, highlighting the importance of integrating lessons learned in UNAP 3. But I have a simpler task because most of the issues that are to be talked about have been talked about by the previous speakers and all of you here present. But let me ask Secretariat that I'm using two presentations, one on the sense of implementation and some slides from the food systems transformation pathway. So I'll let you know when I get there. I don't want to go too much into the background. The background. Can you skip that slide? Because we know and we've been informed that we adopted the sectoral approach in 2011. But let me talk about the vision what we envision is a well-nourished, health and productive population effectively participating in the socio-economic transformation of Uganda. And the goal is improved nutrition status among children under 5 years, school-age children, adolescents, pregnant and lactating women, and the vulnerable groups by 2025. That's what we are trying to achieve under UNAP 2. There are 3 objectives under UNAP 2. One is the nutrition-specific services. The second one is nutrition-sensitive services. But I will focus on the environment, strengthening the enabling environment for scaling up nutrition, so that we can implement the nutrition-specific and sensitive services. This, the players are many, but we have also the Prime Minister, Minister of Local Government, Minister of Finance, the NPA, and UBOS. So those are the key players that we have in this area. The status of implementation, we've received reports in this building, in this hall, from the MDAs, from the systems that are handling the nutrition-specific and nutrition-sensitive interventions. So allow me to concentrate on the enabling environment for scaling up nutrition. And Mr. Sewachirianga has talked about the SDGs. We know about 1, 2, 3, and 4, and all the rest. But this SDG that we talk about most in the strategic coordination is SDG 17, partnerships for development. And I want to say thank you very much, because we are all partners and we are partnering here to get development. And this enabling environment for scaling up nutrition, we are looking at 6 areas. 6 areas. The first one is the legal policy framework that support nutrition. I can talk about finance and resource mobilization. We've had discussions about this. We've talked about information and knowledge management, institutional capacity building, and advocacy. I'll come later to coordination and partnerships. And the coordination and partnerships, the legal framework is Article 108A of the Constitution. We also use the coordination policy of 2016. We also use the partnership policy, among others. So that is where we base ourselves. And when we talk about coordination, and I've had colleagues throughout the last 4 days of the forum talk about coordination. And that coordination helps us to move together. We want to break the silos so that we can have a holistic approach to achieving or implementing government programs which are of a wicked nature. They are very tough. They are not straight, they are complex. There are several players, and they cannot be achieved by an individual. We've been talking about government-wide approach, but these days we are talking about the whole of society approach. The whole of government, yes, but then the whole of society approach. And that's why amidst us, we have all players. We have the development partners, we have government entities, MDAs, we have civil society, we have academia, we have the development partners, or state and non-state actors to address and handle these wicked and complex issues in ensuring that we achieve government objectives. So coordination, if I may, is the organization of the different elements of a complex body or activity so as to enable them work together effectively, smoothly, and efficiently, as well as seamlessly to achieve common and shared outcomes or results. I would try to avoid duplication. So in strategic coordination, we try to ensure 3 C's. 3 C's. The first one is connectedness. The second one is continuity. And the third is communication. So this keeps us busy to make sure that the complex systems that deliver government business work together in a harmonized way. And I want to say thank you very much for working together, learning to work together. It's a journey that we are beginning and that we shall continue to work upon to make sure that any activity, any item, any program is handled in a holistic manner. Last week, the Right Honorable Prime Minister chaired the Joint Steering Committee of the UN Sustainable Development Cooperation Framework, which is handled every year. And one of the things that came out was for all of us to work in a holistic manner and achieve government objectives, work together so that we can report together, we can achieve together, we avoid duplication. And for that matter, I want to address myself to some or 2 issues that have been raised before. Number 1 was the nutrition supply chain. Before Martha goes out, Martha is there. Martha, while we are away, Martha doesn't hear. Martha is there. Can you kindly touch her? She's in blue. Yes, Martha. Martha, while we were out in the previous submissions, they talked about the nutrition supply chain. She talked about the nutrition supply chain, but Martha is the secretary and I chair the interministerial task force on the medical supply chain. And we want to integrate and make sure there are no duplications, make sure nothing is left. So the issue of connectedness and duplication, removing duplications and redundancies is being handled at that level. So there are areas that the multi-sectoral approach, which we are going to take forward as we accelerate UNAP to implementation. We are going to strengthen it further. We are urged to break the silos so that one approach can address all issues. Then there was that issue that was raised on data quality, and I think Professor raised it. We need to look at common frameworks, reporting frameworks. We need to quality assure the data, and that's why all the data and the information that we officially use is supposed to be quality assured. And the Uganda Bureau of Statistics has got the data quality assessment framework to ensure and assure that we talk about the same things using the data that we have. So, ladies and gentlemen, at this material moment, let me, before I continue, remind you that it matters to be counted. It matters to be counted. If you've not been counted yet, please, we need to do something. Personally, I've not been counted, but I'll be counted. It matters. And I said this without fear because I'm a member of the Census Technical Advisory Committee, and there are adequate plans and steps to make sure that everybody is counted. So it matters to be counted. So as we talk about information and knowledge management under the environment, let's do our role. to make sure that we are counted. We are urged to call our LOCs if you have not been counted to schedule those sessions. Counting will go on until until after 10 days have elapsed. So ladies and gentlemen, I know some of us here have not been counted, but we shouldn't worry. But since in the multi-sector approach, we talk about data and statistics, we need to be mindful, we need to be intentional to be counted and provide honest answers to those questions. So in terms of UNAP implementation, we know that government through the implementation of a 5-year plan would like to achieve the following in the short and long term. Number one, improved survival, health, physical growth, cognitive development, school performance, and labor productivity. Those are areas that we need to cover under UNAP 2. So thank you for joining me on the slides. So continue, I can sit here. And during this forum, we've seen that the nutrition specific and nutrition sensitive actions, we've been given performance levels. The Minister of Health gave us, I think we've also heard from other areas, but as we've seen, there's room for improvement. We need to catalyze the implementation so that we can achieve our intended objectives, what we set out to do at the inception of UNAP 2. So we can see from the outcome level performance that we are likely to achieve a couple of indicators, but we've already achieved wasting amongst children. Our target was not to be above 3, and we've done that. So we need to do better in other areas. In other areas we shall achieve, we are likely to achieve. Others we don't have data, and this is why I said it matters to be counted. It matters also to submit information regarding your areas. But most importantly, this information will be got at the end of the day so that we can assess properly where we are. So we note that at the midpoint of UNAP implementation, we've achieved 60% of our outcome indicators, 10%. We've achieved 10%, only 10%. We are likely to achieve 60, and 30% cannot be assessed because of lack of data. And we shall continue to advocate and request to have data. So allow me to say that under UNAP 2, we have a long way to go, and we need to take this forward. With their gaps, performance gaps, which we need to work on. And there are drivers that we need to look at that have hindered our performance. We know, as was presented earlier, that location and associated access and income challenges, there are issues there that rural children are likely to be stunted than children in urban areas. Those are possible drivers. The education of the parents, the social and cultural values influence what we do and mindset. And we want to suggest that we need to further interrogate our situation, do more analysis, to see what are the actual drivers. And I say this with the confidence because amongst the partners here, we have the academia and research institutions that will help us to do further interrogation of why we are performing at the level we are performing, and will give us solutions and recommendations to do better. So we shall challenge and request the academia who are partners in the nutrition space, to do more in determining attribution, causality, further prescriptive and descriptive analysis so that we can properly address the challenges that we have. We know that it is important for us to invest in nutrition, and I want to thank you all for investing in nutrition. And I would say that for every dollar invested in nutrition, this has been said earlier, that there is a $16 return on investment. So we needed to invest in a nutrition, specific nutrition sensitive and a nutrition environment so that we can achieve the nutrition outcomes and together as we work together. But I want also to say that the achievement and realization of nutrition outcomes, if you look at our concept paper, we have the various systems that contribute to nutrition. If you look at the first slide, which we use on the poster, where we have the various systems, the water and sanitation, agriculture, education, health, trade and industry, financing, and gender. All these must interact, all these must do their bit. But in the middle there, you can see we have nutrition governance, and that's the environment we talk about. All the other systems do deal with the nutrition specific and nutrition sensitive interventions. But when you look at the fulcrum, the middle circle there is the nutrition governance, which does the coordination, which does the environment for all of us to work together. So as we try to accelerate UNEP implementation so that we can achieve the objectives that we set out to do, we need to strengthen the nutrition coordination structures at all levels. And I'm glad this has been mentioned by my colleague in the NPA, from NPA. We need to support the operationalization of the meal, the monitoring and evaluation and learning framework so that we can have the information. And these are things that we are going to try to finalize between now and the end, and towards the end of the Nutrition 2, UNEP 2 program. We shall support advocacy so that we can finance the UNEP 2 interventions that have not been implemented. But most importantly, the communication strategy has got also to be finalized, and this will do a lot of work in changing our behaviors, because we need to have uptake of what we have in the program. We need to take it forward. We need to change our behaviors. I've learned, and we've all learned, that we need, as we do nutrition interventions, we also need to change our behaviors. I recall the first day we had shown the nutritious plate. So as we go for our meals, we need to look at that plate and change our behaviors. We need to change our behaviors so that we can achieve the nutrition outcomes. So there is a lot of stuff we need to do. We have to do an uptake of the initiatives that we are talking about and implement them. Some of them we need to have behavior change, lifestyle checks and changes so that we can support the health sector and also be healthy. So we have seen success stories in the implementation of UNAP. Some of them we need to replicate. We've seen some success stories. We've had some presentations here which have again shown us areas where there has been success. But as we accelerate UNAP 2 implementation in order to get the nutrition outcomes, we may need to replicate those success stories elsewhere. We may need to catalyze, we may need to accelerate, and also may need to scale up. So we need to do a lot in terms of implementing UNAP 2 initiatives so that we have a higher uptake, and we shall call upon the mindset change and community mobilization program to do a lot of work in terms of education and behavior change. In accelerating UNAP 2 and also implementing UNAP 2 going forward, we shall have to take forward what we've not been able to achieve under UNAP 2 into UNAP 3. We shall also take forward what we've not been able to achieve into NDP 4, and also undertake some of these initiatives under the tenfold growth of the economy. And most importantly, I want to mention one or two areas that we need to focus on, which we must align ourselves well as we take forward UNAP 3. Number one is the commercialization and formalization of farming. This is properly articulated in the tenfold growth, commercialization and formalization of farming. Then number two is develop and deepen structured trade of agricultural commodities. These are areas that have bedeviled the nutrition space when you look at what you're supposed to. And finally, we shall again, among others, consider and prioritize and emphasize research and development. So those are areas that we need to take forward in UNAP 3 and NDP 4, and they are properly aligned. Ladies and gentlemen, I want also to say that we've looked at the transformation of the food systems, and on Monday, we got a presentation on what we call the game changers, which are again aligned to the NDP 4 and the tenfold growth. These are aimed at making sure that we have access to sustainable food systems, available food and access to it, and then we utilize it. Again, these will require a lot of coordination and working together. So as we look at catalyzing and implementing what is left of UNAP 2, we need to strengthen the joint working and break silos and continue to work together. I thank you.
Thank you very much, OPM. I'm happy that he has mentioned most of the things which are very important for us to understand nutrition importance. But one thing I have to tell you that all the presenters of the Parish model, plan number 4, UNAP and SDGs, they have a common intersection. The common intersection which I've identified is teamwork. We cannot do all this unless we are together, isn't it? All of us, we are into it. Like for us who do food safety, we say food safety is the responsibility for all. So what we are doing in terms of these initiatives or plans, we are all responsible. So we need teamwork. And also what I noted that in order to achieve all this, we need to have adequate finance and human resource. But this one may not be enough. But again, you look at the coordination. How are we going to coordinate all these activities, all these strategies in order to achieve the necessary outcome? And on top of that, we need what we call peace and security and political stability. That's how we are going to achieve all these programs. So I'm very happy that the presenters have done a good work. But as he has lamented, sometimes we don't achieve to our best. So we need to put more effort. For me, sometime when I was very young, I got annoyed sometime that food is growing in the villages as born in Kampala where people don't what? Don't farm. And you find people in the villages suffering more than the people in Kampala. I've been in Kampala for a long time. But even the services in the town, they were much better than those in the village. People used not to have sugar in the village, but in Kampala sugar is bloody. So that's my set of those questions. But still the question is here. Why are people in the villages more started than the people in Kampala? It's about economics, I think. So economic development is necessary to fight all these diseases of stunting, poverty, and so on. So if we can do that, I think we can move forward. Commercialization of farming is very, very important. Mind change is very important. Research for development is very important. Whatever they have said are very, very important to achieve all these goals. So with that, I would like to call upon the audience to fire some questions to these presenters, but I'm going to stand the order I started. I want members to give only 3 questions to Julius. Julius was one talk about the parish model. Ask him some few questions, and then you take them along that line. This question must be directed to Julius. That is the parish development model. Any question towards Modest? I mean Julius? Question regarding parish development model, please. I want only 3 questions for Julius, only 3. If you don't have one, I'll ask him myself. I always move the microphone, please. Let's be fast. We are in lunch time, I think. But I thank the presenter, they have kept time. I've been saving time, but I didn't save time for my boss. My boss, I gave him freedom to do anything he wants. Yes. So please, microphone here. We have only one person so far. Parish development model. I know most of you have been involved in this model and you have gotten the money from the model. Please ask some questions.
Thank you, Professor. My name is Dennis Busowoza. I'm the district planner at Chegegwa. I just want to ask one question to Julius. I come from a refugee host district. I have around 130,000 refugees who are very vulnerable. And I think they are, if we translate it, they are equivalent to the other 39% that PDM is targeting. Is there a possibility in future of including refugees and they can participate directly in parish development model so that, because they are so vulnerable to our local economies and we want to see how we can integrate them into local economic development going forward using the parish development model? Thank you.
Okay, that's
Angela Kidega. I work for Noya District Local Government as a Senior Greek Officer. I am a Director of Delaware Enterprises, as well as the Secretary for Acholi Sub-Region SBN. Thank you. My recommendation is in regards to PDM implementation in Uganda. Well, it's in the whole country, I know, and everyone knows that. However, I wish to recommend that this implementation be brought, any other implementation that involves strategies or interventions that are close to that of PDM be brought on board. A case in point I bring is ICOLEO project that was implemented or is still being implemented by Ministry of Gender and is funded in partnership with DVV International that's operating in Noya. The approaches are just so similar to that of PDM, and I wish to report that it is very easy for everyone who is in the community in Noya to pick up so well the PDM approach that is on board. Thank you very much.
okay, thank you. The third question I'm going to ask. The last one there. Then you have a chance to, I'm giving a chance because he's going to attend another meeting. So after answering the questions, do you want to go? After lunch, okay, after lunch, so you can stay. So please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wargaba William, the Vice Chairperson, Scaling Up Nutrition Civil Society Network. Just mine is contribute or to share, to comment and maybe ask the Commissioner or Gembe to see how far we have followed it up. Being that Jennifer in the previous presentation about the match grant, she hinted on a point of global fund, proposal development, and then finding that there is no nutrition as an aspect. I witnessed that because I was part of the civil society constituents consultative meetings. And in the proposals that were being developed, there was no nutrition. And being a vice chair, I raised it. It pushed, they called me on the committee, which I joined. Of course, I never went ahead into the proposal development committee. So the idea was pushing it. I don't have to know whether it is there. Now it came out in the multi-sectoral in February, and OPM promised to follow it up. So maybe it's a reminder as we look towards achieving UNAP 2, of course, heading to UNAP 3, we just need to follow it up with the proposal development of Global Fund 2025 and see that nutrition is taken care of. I thank you.
Okay, that's one. Thank you very much. Okay. I want him to answer so that you don't forget the question. Please go ahead. I want to ask you a question.
No, you can ask the question.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. And thank you, members in your distinguished capacities. Chegegwa, Davis. In the current policy configuration of parish development model, the PDM or the parish development model is for Ugandans. At least for the parish revolving fund, which is the seed capital. That seed capital is for Ugandans. So until further notice, as you advise, that's what we have just for clarity really. Tege, Inacholi, yes, I agree with you absolutely. And just quickly, one example to agree with you even further. We've under what we have as agricultural processing facilities in this country that have been delivered by different government programs or different government interventions for that matter, as well as non-state actors, the private sector, the NGOs, the faith-based institutions. We are doing a mapping of all that machinery. Mr. or Madam Sokadido for the case of Teso region, for instance, what extent of honey processing capacity do you have? Milk processing capacity do you have? And all these different machineries that have been delivered by, whether it is said through His Excellency, the President, tractors to the youth, where are they? What is their state as we speak? What is it that we need to repair? The other machine that was placed somewhere in Tisa, in the case of Kumi, what is lacking? Just half a meter to connect it to the national grid, and you have energy running and that machine alive. So yes, it is to agree with you, and that mapping is happening. Definitely, we can combine effort even in the particular cases you've highlighted, so that we are able to take advantage of that. I think those were mainly my issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe just to
Yes,
answer it. Yeah. And maybe to say that the PDM Secretariat, we are at Workers' House in town here under Ministry of Local Government, but also I know we won't have all the time to do an exhaustive discussion here because of the constrained time space. So my number is 0772 499 455. It is the loan number I have, and kindly use it for purposes of PDM. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. The question I want to ask you, you wouldn't answer it still. Yes, it's good I didn't ask because the answer you gave cut off my question. The problem I usually think that the refugees are going to be there. They're not going to go away. And the refugee problem is not only in Uganda, even in Europe nowadays there. But how do we integrate the refugees in the normal lives of those nation countries where they are, so that they can also participate in the national development? I know refugees are very, very important people in terms of labor. They provide labor, but people don't think so. So I think in the end of the day, we may change the policy that that money is not only for Uganda needs. No. You said the money is for Uganda needs, isn't it? And Uganda as a nation has that power to protect, feed, and house what? Its nations. So it's not bad what I said, but we have to think more in order to involve those people in the normal lives. So now we go to the NDP for strategic directions. So I call upon a question towards Alan. Alan, please, you can fire Alan some questions. I told you the National Development Plan 4 is a wide thing. It has a lot of many strategic directions, but you can ask him some few questions where you need clarification. For Alan, National Development Plan 4. 3 questions only. Please, you are moving the microphone. Please continue doing the job.
Thank you so much. I'm Marco Salongo Bakesima Patrick, District Planner Kamwenge. I want to begin by appreciating all the presenters for the good presentations, but in a special way to NPA. And my question is in regard to the strategic direction that has just been presented. One, I want to note that the 3rd district development plans and the national development plan are coming to an end. And we note that the national development plan 4, I'm told, is expected to come out by July this year. Now, the issue is that at local government level, plans were implemented, but some without NPA approval, mainly because there were challenges during their formulation and completion. Now, what plans are in place to ensure that local governments are guided to come up with the 4th development plans and have them approved in time? And the second question is—
Only one question.
Yes. At what level is NPA going to capture input from local governments to ensure that their input flows into the national development plan when actually it will have been approved?
Thank you. I think.
But last, I also understand that during the formulation of district development plans, most local governments were having challenges extracting indicators from the PIAPs. Are there plans to have local government specific PIAPs and then indicators so that we can have these plans in place? Thank you so much.
Thank you. You have taken all the questions. Maybe we don't need other questions. There are 3 questions here. Anybody having a burning one? To the National Development Plan 4, please. Gender, a lady this time. Please, can you pass over the microphone?
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Enid. I work with the OPM. Yeah, mine is actually related to what has already been said. The presentation was really done in a marathon way. We really needed time to appreciate and digest what you presented. But my issue is, I don't know when your presentation was prepared and whether you had an opportunity to listen into the presentations that were made since we gathered here. So at what point will you incorporate the recommendations that will have come out of this forum? Thank you.
Thank you very much. One more. Or we'll let him answer those questions. Okay, there's no hand, please. Continue.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, the audience, for those questions. What plans are in place to ensure that local governments are in place? The NDP4, I think I never presented the roadmap, has a roadmap which details a number of activities which the NPA alongside other stakeholders will undertake to see and ensure that the NDP is delivered on time. And somewhere in that roadmap, I think in July, is when we shall, NP alongside other stakeholders, finance, OPM, shall go across the entirety of the country, liaising, with all local government stakeholders at all layers, not just local government planners, to tease out, some other issues that come through, because the planning we do is both top down and then bottom up. Usually, the strategic direction has to be pronounced. The cabinet has pronounced itself on the strategic direction, and that is now when after it has been finalized, that is when now the other stakeholders feed in. But the strategic direction is not the ultimate, because after the strategic direction, which gives you like a ray of what we are going to plan, we then go into the actual drafting of the plan, which is also contributed to by different stakeholders. So it is not necessarily true that now that the strategic direction is done, you won't be able to, your ideas won't be able to come in. And I think this also answers the madam's question that when shall NPA take this through? There is still a window for the drafting at the national level, but also the respective program implementation action plans shall capture a number of elements of nutrition. That's why I advise at some point that now more than ever, we need to work at the program level because that is going to become the binding modality for implementation of the plan going forward. Because now we have even gone into program budgeting, where in the plan that will come, planning process that will come, we give ceilings through which you plan, and then also finance is now, trying to tell programs to plan at their level. In the planning call such that which will also be issued to the local governments and all the respective stakeholders, we are saying and guiding the local government and MDAs that as the plan is launched, and indeed it has been a challenge that even to now some local governments don't have plans. We are saying and proposing and guiding local governments and MDAs that their plans should be ready by June 2025. We are giving a spectrum of time that by the time the NDP4 starts its implementation, your plans at both MD and local governments should also be prepared, approved, and certified by NPA. That is the change we are making. Because you get to appreciate that during NDP3, the program arena was new to all, and there were some challenges. But now, with some experience, we are trying to, approve those systems such that by the time the plan starts its implementation, alongside it are all the MDA and local government plans, beyond which there will be some serious ramifications, even with the Auditor General and the other government coordinators. Lastly, there is a review of the regional development program. Not that we are going to change it in terms of its entirety, but we appreciate and note that some of the local government issues were not captured So now we are saying that going forward, we are still in discussions with finance and other top level colleagues, that going forward, all local government issues shall be articulated in the regional development program as a home base. Addition to that, you shall then have the administrative component within that program. And lastly, you shall also match out and coordinate, map out the respective local government issues across all the programs. I submit. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. One line or one sentence I can tell you is telling you, be ready with your input, the plan by July. If you don't have a draft of what you want to input in the program, then you're in trouble, because in September, that's when the plan is coming out. So by July, you have a draft for your staff. Okay, I call upon the questions to Richard. Where is Richard? Ah, you are here. I thought you were moved up. Now, this question should come to Richard. Richard was talking about the difficult subject of sustainable development goals. Please, question to Richard. I love the subject, but it's very complicated. No poverty in the world, can you imagine? No hunger in the world, can you imagine? With all the conflict which happen in the world. So please ask him some few questions, 3 questions, and then
Thank you very much.
please,
Before you ask me a question, I just have an announcement for the Kitgum team. If you are inside here, just step outside. You are needed. It's a small emergency that we need. Kitgum, the local government team.
So Kitgum team, please go out for a short time. You are required because of that emergency. So I need only 3 questions on SDGs.
Yeah.
I know it's a big subject, but only 3.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mine is not a question. It's an inquiry. Maybe it is something that he forgot to talk about. Richard did take us through the processes that we've gone through to transition from Millennium Development Goals to SDGs. He talked about the coordination and accountability structures that have been in place and the various engagements that have been held. My issue is, and this is in line with the principle of localization of SDGs. During these engagements, have you identified any nutrition specific issues? This could be, weaknesses, they could be replicable experiences that we can consider both at micro and macro levels. Thank you.
Another question? Members, two more to go. Now it's must be man, gentleman, gender sensitivity. We want a gentleman. Okay, that's a lady. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Regina. I'm Regina Nantege, and I do private nutrition practice using the Lear Dietitian app. My question is, as we look at the role of the district nutritionist and in the implementation of the actualization of the SDGs, are there clear opportunities for partnerships with private entities like my own? Why? Because at the end of the day, we are thinking of localized solutions, and some of these are already being created as innovations in startups, nutrition startups and other platforms. But what these organizations or small companies lack is the access to the actual end user. And if you're implementing certain implementations to address SDGs and you invite these startup owners to provide solutions, it gives them an opportunity to pilot their solutions and continuously improve them. And through continuously improving these solutions, it addresses the problem of the lack of financing for nutrition, because when we pilot these solutions and have evidence of action, we then have access to global financing because we indeed have the evidence of efficiency. But that will only be possible if you can have these people partner with government to provide solutions.
Okay, thank you. Next. A gentleman, one question. The food is cooling, remember food safety. It's better eat the food when it's hot. Okay, we can take those to bring the microphone back. Okay, please. You can. Yeah, the question, but I need to remember.
Yes, there are two questions. One is to ask if any nutrition-related issues. Unfortunately, in this presentation, we didn't do that synthesis. But certainly, if you look in the SDG progress report, as well as the voluntary national review reports, there have always been quite a bit of analysis around some of the targets and indicators that are related to nutrition-related issues. I think, if you look at the goal on responsible consumption, I think it has quite a number of indicators that look at this. But off cap, I won't be able to tell you the specifics, but certainly in those reports, you can get these SDG nutrition-related issues. In terms of the nutrition and how to engage at a district level, I think the thing about the SDGs is that really the way they were framed is that they should be a framework that you take and own. There is no one who should be, in a sense, doing any prescription around what issues should be taken up where. So even when we think about, for example, for us as a country, when we take the 17 goals, we look at those indicators that are relevant to us, where we have data and which can be aligned to our national development plan. So that's why in terms of SDG implementation, it has to be aligned to the national development plan. So in that way, if you are doing work that is aligned to the national development plan, then you can also look at the SDG indicators and then look at what you are doing as a district local government. That in itself can give you enough material to do the alignment and to be able to see where you fall. And I think the good thing with these indicators is that if you look through and see the ones that are nutrition relevant, if you are a person working on nutrition, you can then use that to actually have a discussion with the local government to see how they can be integrated. Because integrating the SDG indicators is in itself one of the commitments we've made, even in terms of how we implement the national development plan. So I guess this is just an opportunity to use the SDGs as a springboard to implementing our national development plan. I hope that helps, but thank you, Chair. That's what I would say.
Thank you very much. I think what he has said is very important, that whenever you're looking at the SDGs, you have to look at your national plan. Are we going towards that? I think that's where the localization comes in. You can't do much unless you have the capacity to attain them. But most of the time, if you have a plan, the national, you tie them to those goals. I think that one has been well answered. So lastly, we are going to I talked about the UNAP 2 and UNAP 3. Please, I need only 2 questions for him. Only 2 questions. So that we go for lunch. Only 2 questions. He talked about the lessons learned, how they are integrated into 3, or that, you know, it's a reflection. Whenever you do, am I succeeding? Am I failing? What can I go with? What I can throw away? Please, only 2 questions on UNAP 2 and UNAP 3.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Gab Albert. I work at the Regional Referral Hospital. The role of the senior nutritionist. I must appreciate the contribution by all sectors in the space of UNAP to improve the nutritional status of these children. But in the UNAP 3, the UNAP 2, what you have learned, I think the SOP is saying that to be a district focal person, you have at use 3. I think that's exclusive. Because when you come to the district of government, especially the new one, you find that use 3, there are usually 1 or 2 cadres. So that one leaves a space for getting the right skill. You find that one person who's there, for instance, to you for use 3 and above, is like one person also coordinating PDM. So it becomes impractical for a new district with senior staff where they have not been given a chance to recruit up to use 3. But also the other sectors by the structure of design. I've been in government for 20 years. Being at U4 or U3 does not make you a superior manager. Actually, U5 well-mentored can actually do something better than even someone at U2. What I'm saying is that when you come at national level, I looked at local government, it's U2. If you say someone that is the administrative level, at sector level, is U2, a principal, and it's coordinating 135 districts. That is actually supposed to be like a director. But you see, a person of U2 can coordinate every 135 districts and others to come. And then you say at local government, make someone coordinate to be at U4, at U3. It need to be reviewed. You need to look at critically and know our situation public service. That's number 1. Then second, number 2, observation. Let's be inclusive. I work in the local, for the most part of my career, I work the regional referral. Now, the regional referral, actually, when we talk about MDA, we're a department. The ages is like unit-based UNRWA. We see a geographical area, offers tertiary level of care. We know the challenge, we're planning unit, and the regional referral should be included in the matrix for UNAP implementation and conversation to make the plan bit inclusive to address the issues. For instance, when I work at the regional referral, we care. Caring is a resource. So if you are not providing care for those 2.9% of those children, where are they going to be? Are they going to die? Meaning that in that conversation, the person who provides the care needs to be part of that conversation to bring the real nitty-gritties into the what? The planning thing. But largely, UNAP is a good thing, only that we need to address those issues. But also lastly, as you do UNAP, that's the Attorney General review that instrument, so that it is aligned to the public service standing orders and other legal things. That's like how we do government. Any instrument that is government should be reviewed by Attorney General to provide that legality, but also to align it with existing framework like public service standing orders and others. So that what we do, it's me. For instance, if I go to agriculture, I'm a client, but in Ministry of Health, I'm an officer. So when I'm doing something in agriculture, I have to take consideration of that. When I go to education, I'm a client because I cannot teach my children. So when I'm doing that, that thing should be inclusive at all levels, so that whatever we do achieve the aspiration of leaving no one behind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Those are a lot of comments, but I think they will be talked under coordination issues. Is there anybody question? Please, Charles.
Mine is not a question, but I want to. Charles,
1 minute.
I was part of the process of development of the UNAP 2, and I'm happy that in this meeting we are getting issues from there. So I would mention that most of the issues have come up. The strategic direction of NDP4 is already there. Then the UNAP 3 is there. The UNAP 2 is there. It is us now to make sure that the implementable activities, as have been proposed in this forum, are packaged very well, and we avoid misalignment, which has been the big problem for the previous years. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That was also an appreciation that UNAP 3 must be better than UNAP 2. Okay, another, I've not got a question so far. Yeah, but the last comment, okay. The last question. Okay, me, I'm going to ask him one question. Among all the lessons learned, what were the bad lessons? Thank you.
Thank you all, and thank you, Professor. I'm going to answer with just one sentence. That the issues that have come from the regional referral hospital colleague are issues to do with the schemes of service and staffing norms. I think we need to look into them. These are issues that we need to interrogate and see how best, but I'm glad that the structures for Ministry of Health and attendant institutions are out. I think let's engage further on this because those are issues that have been around for quite some time. Then the second one, Chair, is about the lesson that we've learned, the bad lesson is about the implementation arrangements. And that's what we want also to improve in the next cycle. So the implementation arrangements must be worked on. We have to be intentional and deliberate and provide for how we implement all our programs in a holistic way. And then maybe I could add that while we talk about UNAP, we talk about other areas. These are areas that are already linked with the national frameworks. So if you talk about SDG, if you talk about UNAP, if you talk about PDM, the linkage is there. So if I go to my office, I'm implementing SDGs as I'm implementing UNAP as I'm implementing. So that linkage, I think we've tried to work it out. But most importantly, I want to give again support to the program approach because this one has also broken the silos. It helps us again to address all the impediments and challenges based on one result framework, and all players can be in one room to address those issues. So what is a challenge here can be sorted out by another sector. So when we talk about, for example, when we talk about the staffing norms and schemes of service, I think Minister of Public Service should be here so that these issues are got firsthand. But I want to promise that as coordination, our duty is to pick out implementation challenges for resolution. And we pick them at technical level up to policy level. So all those issues, I think Secretary has picked them. We shall take them. Finally, there was the issue of global fund. I think, yes, CSN. I think again we need to engage further. We had initiated, but we will not come to the conclusion. So it's a question of engaging until we get the solution, the problems. So don't run away from problems. Keep raising them. Bring concepts of problems, of issues that you want us to address, then we find the best way possible. We can convene all entities of government and non-state actors to solve a problem. I thank you.
Members, give the presenters a very, very big applause. They have done a good job. And I thank you very much, the presenters. I thank the audience for being patient because you know it's lunchtime. I know Pavlov maybe has passed, I don't know, but still the food is there. But before we go, we need to take a picture. It's going to miss a picture, but I thank you very much. My name still remains Miaja Charles, and I believe that a healthy population can translate into a healthy economy. So we take a picture, then
Ladies and gentlemen, we reconvene at 3 sharp. It's going to be group work, just to make sure that we concretize all our work. So please come back because it may be the most important thing to do. Thank you and see you at 3. Eh? There are just 3 questions. 6 recommendations, 45 minutes. So each question is 15 minutes. Divide out your time properly. You are the timekeeper. She's the chair. Who is the chair? This gentleman is the chair. The ladies are saying very smart and many things, but it's okay. Keep going. Is this one ready? Are these ones part of us? They don't look like they are going to join you. Who, please come and join this table. So we will give you question number 3, 4, 5, and 6. 4, 5, 6 is for everybody. Yeah, it is a cross-cutting thing. Okay? Yeah. Chairperson, rapporteur. Each question, give it 15 minutes. Is there another table that is not ready? Sorry, that is ready? Yeah, I was misusing the language. You are ready? Okay, so here, patron, the question number 1, 2, and 6. 6 is for every, yeah, we are sharing. Actually, they are duplicated, some of them. Yeah, so you guys are going to do 4, 5, and 6. Yeah, you have finished 1. 4, 5, and 6. Is that okay? And who is chairing and who is the rapporteur and who is the timekeeper? Timekeeper, 15 minutes per question. Prof, we have heard that people who say gender sensitive a lot may end up not being. Okay. Is there one that is not covered? Is there any? That's the last one? 2 more? Okay. Here you have no question. Okay, so we are going to give you question number what? The last one was 4, 5, and 6. So we are going back to 1, 2, 6. Okay? All right. And here you are going to 3, 4, 6. Is this a, when I see her, is this a group? Okay. Okay. No, she's doing many sophisticated things. So this one is what? 3, 4, and 6. 6 is for all of us. So yeah. And for who chairs? 15 minutes, you are the timekeeper. You look very comfortable, like you can be a good timekeeper. Chair, we hear they have, we had the election results. You are ready? Which one? This one is ready. You are ready? This is where I started. You have started. Timekeeper, 45 minutes, 15 minutes per question. You started at 4:30. So you go up to, at 3:30. So you go up to 4:15. Yeah. 4:15. Are we okay? Okay. Those who are lost, that is okay. We shall find them. Those who come in late, they will join the different tables. Okay. Are you okay? People, please start. The question, you can even formulate them to make sense. No. They will just, you can name yourself by your name. And say, what's your name? Catherine, group Catherine, then you group like that. Feel more interesting. Those who are outside, can you come in if you are part of the session? Can you just have the who are our participants so they can come? Those who are not our participants, they go. All of them. Yes. All of you. You are supposed to see that I'm going to say these people are, these people who are outside, they go to the road and join the dancers. If you have just come in, please join any group that you feel attracted to.
Like to congratulate you on going different as follow or as a follow up while expressing interest. Like provide information success but that this but reflects support production foundation of activity. It was part of the organized as plan guidance on this. We need applications. So you want share?
So they say you
can share.
No, what do they need? That they are not contributing to all the
Oh, just share the budget.
No, you can turn it into a mere quotation. Then you need anything like writing.
Yeah, you told them that it's supposed to support people documentation and learning area. Then here they came and say feedback justification. And the learning would this include production of the outcome, community and overall forum, and then we say yes. It's supposed to do that. Yeah.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, you have used 2 minutes. Don't worry. I'm saying the time is up.
But if I invite, then why are you warning them on too?
Make sure they have started.
Were you a military teacher? I laughed that 2 minutes.
Let's put them together, maybe. Financial,
Hello, is Mr. Mugaga from Gulu University around? If you're around, put up your hand. Mr. Mugaga from Gulu University. Does anybody know him? If you know him, please alert him that someone is looking for him. He can come and see me and I deliver him. Thank you. Someone. Okay.
accurately to what they want to do. Wait, the last one. Very good. So far I have to. The second one is promoting local manufacturing. Then another one was supply chain mechanism. Yeah. There was the issue of those alternatives where people
all of them okay to them. Now, next one.
No, we should such a mechanism for the people to do this. In the national
Then we just want to work on very long get them. Well, where they can get them get them. Yeah, no, for them.
Yes, your mom. What's the bit? Maybe I just take it, for tomorrow is not out. Oh. That's why I'm supposed to look like. But this is another. Not every city population is saying that
Ladies and gentlemen, you are left with 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, you will be ready to present. As you recall, we don't want long stories. We just want quick points.
The point, the recommendation, the question you have, you're giving them also. The recommendation you have, you need the recommendation.
Annual plan, contact for that. Going and work plan. We've been having great.
What we're taking for him.
Before this is what? Maybe it's going to be, oh, make it sure.
But another actually finalize. First draft. Mhm.
Now.
That's enough.
Okay, ya saya kira kita sendiri harus follow this. Jadi kita
Like, you know, that one is on governance. Let me check, let me write and check. So they have sent you the program. It is remarked. You open the program, you have seen, I am telling you, it's so bad news. It was so bad news. I'm telling you, the other day I released all your marks from my, you know, my people used to blow from my ears. That's all your marks are released. Yes, there's nothing at all. Let me have a load too. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, that's how you have seen now. Yeah, it's okay. Mhm. Mhm. It was handled. Yeah. I came the other day to even whenever she's there. Yes, that's point. The adoption. How we can implement. The adopt. Promote adoption.
Fast track.
Fast track, yes.
Okay, finally. Good.
Finalize.
Because of the fact, everybody, reading, and the good for the
Yeah.
Then another one. They were talking about this NCP and I don't know how that will work. But could you just remember the street food together? How do we actually maybe regulation?
For the environment. Yes.
It is headed. That is food, the hygiene, the handling, and also either when you go to the vendors or something that. That is.
Create awareness. Create awareness.
That's it, oh, strengths and strengths.
Unhealthy food.
Like a local food. When you go on the street, someone roasting. And let's say by the end, yes. It's a food. I didn't get that.
That one will be under the politician.
So we are looking at it, a very full roasting casserole.
That has the regular preservation of unhealthy food.
That one goes for so that
Unhealthy food and food vendors.
Oh my.
But that's that point. The idea was it was.
Don't you see there is the system? The vendor was the problem, and also those people which are going into the I must put the vendor.
And let's say food handlers.
For the other,
Structure along the value chain. You can't put along the value chain. For example, others are called
but where? Is there any way for the
Hello? For us, it is 640. It is 640. Yeah, it was 280 plus 240 plus 12 of 120. You expected a big one. Yeah, here was only 120. Yeah, sorry. He got to 350.
Ladies and gentlemen, we want to thank you very much for the session. We want to thank you for your very active participation. And we are going to start the plenary right now. So I would like to call all of you back to order. Please. And I would like the rapporteurs to come forward and share their comments. Chelsea's group is still in a heated conversation. Eric's group. Can you stop the expert consultant next to you? He is handling other things, okay. So which group is ready to present? Who is ready to share their? Okay. I need some help. Where is? Yeah, you want for the lighting? Okay. Please give a bigger hand clap to the first group for winning the slot. So please, can you listen to the presenter? Please listen to the presenter. She will speak for only 3 minutes at most.
Good afternoon to you all. This is Group Catherine. The members can wave quickly. Catherine is from Kabarole, our chairperson. My name is Diana, City CDO for Poto. I've left the list there, we shall read it. We had question 3, where we're supposed to give the challenges faced in implementing DNAP 2 and the solutions suggested for DNAP 3. 1, underfunding, objectives 3, which is about an enabling environment, and this affects implementation for objective 1 and 2. And we are recommending that during budgeting, government should prioritize funding for these areas. Monitoring and evaluation of the DNAP of UNAP 2 is really weak. There's need to strengthen the M&E systems in the UNAP 3. Objective 1 and 2 of the UNAP 2 was highly dependent on donor funding, which gives a risk to sustainability. And we are saying in UNAP 3, government of Uganda should prioritize funding for nutrition interventions. The other challenge is no clear reporting lines between sectors, and there's no central point for reporting. So in most cases, you find no one is concerned, no one is able to stand in and say, I have this. So we should have clear reporting lines between sectors and a central coordination point. Establishment of track the food and nutrition bills as the last challenge. There's need to track the food and nutrition bill and make it into a law. Food and nutrition policy of 2003 needs to be reviewed. UNAP 3, since UNAP 3 is bigger than these, should correlate them and give us the direction. Then we made recommendations, questions as per question 6. We are saying 1, we should enhance partnerships, fundraise for nutrition activities, and purposefully make nutrition, have a nutrition budget code for government, and probably an IPF for nutrition activities, because the funding we get, the 2% and the DDEG, that shouldn't really be the only source where we can get funding for nutrition activities, since we have seen how big it is. There is need to recruit and facilitate nutritionists as per the approved structure. It shouldn't just remain on paper, and also strengthen the M&E framework for nutrition indicators to be able to track the nutrition indicators. Thank you.
Please clap properly. The other groups. Now you have seen the standard. Every presenter needs to get that same standard. So which is the second one? Volunteering? Yes. Which is your group? Can you clap for the man?
Thank you so much. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Joseph, representing the group that is just right there. We had a very nice chair lady, the Chief Administrative Officer from Lira, if I'm correct. Thank you. So we were tasked with handling questions 4, 5, and 6. to begin with, question 4, which was to tackle how can the Sustainable Development Goals, the voluntary national review reports help to better align the UNAP 3 with broader development goals. So we looked at how we performed in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, and we saw that from what was presented, that we were doing well in terms of Sustainable Development Goal 12. This tackles production and consumption, but it is not appropriate to say that, okay, we should ignore this. There are still some gaps, and here we would like the broader development goals here to still talk about improved post-harvest handling because there are losses, not only losses in terms of food wastage, but we also have issues with aflatoxin contamination. So this should be addressed in terms of production, but also improved quality. And the quality could be by fortification, such as biofortification and industrial fortification. Then, still in terms of production, there are issues around pests and diseases, and the broader development goals should still tackle how pests and diseases can be managed. It is also important to have capitalization and localization, such that if it is about fortification, as we saw on Monday, it is important that this country should be able to produce its own fortificants that can be used for industrial fortification. Then it's still on that, in terms of consumption, it is important we have value addition, for example, by biofortification, as I've already mentioned, but also it is important that, as we have noticed, that in spite of all the food that is here, we still have issues around eating what is right, which ends up leading us to cases of, for example, micronutrient deficiencies. Hence, we still grapple with the triple burden of malnutrition. So it is important to address the knowledge gap, for example, by strengthening awareness, then also adopting a multi-sectoral approach, adopting some of these policies, but also to have behavioral change communication well strengthened. Then looking at the UNAP 2, especially strategy number 4, which discusses the enabling environment, we see there's still a gap. So it is important to enact and enforce legal frameworks and policies on agro inputs, such that we stop having produce coming on the market when it is laden with pesticides. So it is about enacting and enforcing a very strong legal framework. We saw that in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals 1, 4, 6, 9, 10, 11, 16, and 17, we are still doing badly. And here we suggest that there is need to use a multi-sectoral approach to mainstream nutrition across all MDAs and government programs, such that we can be able to perform better. Then in terms of governance, it is important to strengthen coordination and partnership in all the nutritional sensitive, the nutritional specific, and coming up with an enabling environment. Then we saw that there was a decline in Sustainable Development Goal 15, which talks about life on land. And we think here it is important that the development goals that we shall be making should tackle issues of climate change, but also enforce a strong legal framework such that we stop having people reclaiming wetlands for things like erecting up industries. As a wind up, we were also tasked with question number 5 regarding how to better ensure UNAP 3 NDP processes and SDG goals are aligned. And here we suggest nutritional mainstreaming across all MDAs. Then it is important, Richard, to have agreed on nutrition indicators, which should be monitored all through with the proper data sharing. And the group suggested something unique. They said, if possible, this should be included in the appraisals of key district and even in the mainstream government, some stuff. This should be a key appraisal point such that we can see that they monitor this through. Then from the top at the office of the Prime Minister, you should not only champion, but rejuvenate and strengthen the functionality, coordination and partnerships such that we can see the nutrition committees functional all through. But also it is important, instead of the sectoral approach, it is important we also now embrace the program-based approach for planning, budgeting, implementation, and M&E. The three key takeaways that we expect to see in the tomorrow's document: one is to have evidence-based actionable strategies with clear indicators and responsibility centers. And here it is key for us to finalize, adopt, and disseminate, plus scaling up the NIPIN, which is the dashboard that they just shared with us this morning for all the nutritional indicators to be reported on and harmonized. Then two, to have human capital development, and this should include a public service review of local government structures to include nutritional personnel at all the different key levels. These have been included, but there's need also for finance to be able to allocate the wages. Then lastly, in developing nutritional specific approaches, treating the malnutrition, which is still with us, it is important to have locally developed products. And here, these should be contextualized for our population. Thank you so much.
Yes. They are arriving back in style. Okay, so next group, please. You don't have morale boosters behind you. Hey, which one are they clapping for? There are two, three coming at the same time. Please come and join. You can sit down there and wait for her to finish. You can sit down and wait for her to finish. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm from the group of Mr. Emmanuel Tumusime. My name is Flavia Anyango. I work with the Ministry of Energy. We were given questions 1 and 2, and then number 6. I don't know if I've been helped to get the presentation, but I'll start as it finds me. The question was, how can we use lessons from UNAP 2 to speed up UNAP 3 delivery? We got them from the recommendations made in one of the presentations. One of them was strengthen nutrition coordination structures across all levels to support rallying partners around a common results framework, minimize duplication and ensure leverage synergies. One of our points we noted was most of the local governments have inadequate capacity to implement UNAP. Therefore, we should formulate or scale up and operationalize nutrition governance structures up to parish or ward level. Then also we should profile, form, and strengthen district and partners coordination platforms for nutrition. Each district should identify a convener of the platform meeting, and this person can be the private sector or development partners. Then support the operation of the UNAP 2 meal framework to enhance monitoring and accountability of nutrition actions. Our points were strengthen collection, coordination and management of nutrition data and information in brackets meal. And then because data is currently scattered across different sectors and agencies, so if we can collect it and put it together, it would be better. Then point number 3 was on support advocacy efforts on financing for UNAP 2 interventions. We suggested that we designate funding for nutrition governance structures, and then if possible, scale up nutrition funding to maybe 5% from the 2% of the entire budget, not only from the DDEG. But also we put in place resource mobilization strategies outside DDEG, for example, from development partners and the private sector. We went on to question number 2,
What are the main nutrition strategies in NDP 4 that could be useful for UNAP 3? 1, increase agriculture production and productivity. 2, promote sustainable use of natural resources, for example, water and land. 3, increase production and productivity of ICT products and services, specifically for nutrition. 4, promote community mobilization and mindset change towards nutrition. And then number 5, reduce the cost of doing business for the private sector in nutrition. One of the ladies who presented, I think she was called Miss Luande. She talked about something to do with therapeutic nutrition systems. The government can come in to assist with that. Then the last question, which was number 6, give 3 key recommendations for inclusion in the outcome document for this meeting. We said that 1, we can roll over interventions from UNAP 2 that have not been implemented into UNAP 3. Then there should be deliberate provision of nutrition positions in each health center 4. The wages should be provided and recruitment effected. Then there can be legislation in the form of bylaws at the local governments to cater for nutrition governance. Also, we can strengthen the capacity of extension workers to deliver nutrition messages, and this enhancement should be done up to community level. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We shall move to the next. Please note that we are going to collect these right now. Okay? So when you finish presenting, please hand over the presentation. It ceases being your property. So number 1, we want our property. Is Lois around? We wanted one of our colleagues to collect everything. I can't see her, but I'll ask somebody to come to each table and collect all the presentations. For those who have soft copy ones, we shall give you an email and you send them there. Welcome to group somebody.
Thank you. I can see everyone is clapping. This is a unified group. This is a Team Eric. Team Eric, may you recognize yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged as a Team Eric to come here and share our feedback on question 1, 3, and 6. We have to share lessons that we have learned from DNAP 2. We have both positive and negative lessons. As far as the positives are concerned, we realized that in DNAP 2, we had been having a joint planning for nutrition intervention. We feel that should continue even in DNAP 3. It's very important and it's core. The other component is we realized that when we are handling DNAP 2, there is an aspect of collaboration across sectors. That is very important, and we feel that we still need to embrace that. We also realize that in DNAP 2, the effort of ministries, departments, and agencies are very important. We feel that those harmonious collaboration from the ministries should also be embraced. Next slide. There are things that we feel that we needed to put our energy to improve as we are proceeding to DNAP 3 is the issue of, in DNAP 2, we have taken long to fast track development of DNAP 2. So this aspect has to be improved as far as for us to succeed in the preparation of DNAP 3. The issue of resource mobilization was not done well. I think in this area, as we are proceeding, these aspects must be strengthened as far as coming to the DNAP 3 is concerned, because it was not a good lesson. The other aspect is, of course, alignment of the key intervention across policy documentation. That aspect has not gone well. We feel that is an area we should not leave it out alone, which was not a good lessons. Development of legal framework and integrating has been an issue. As we are proceeding, we must be able to harmonize that, which is an area. The issue of integration and strengthening monitoring and evaluation and implementation is an area we do not have a good relation that must be handled. Next. For us as a team, Eric, these are the hurdles. But if you are keen, you realize that there are some of those bad lessons or negative lessons has also been partly translated into our hurdles, if you are very keen. The issue of funding constraints, we have brought it here so that we don't forget it. Ineffective coordination and mechanism for delivery of services, we feel in that area, we are not been doing well. Limited result tracking, as far as the DINAP 2 is concerned, we feel in this area we are not doing well. So we need everyone's effort, both local, international, as far as issues of environmental governance and funding is concerned. It's very key for us. Mobilization of key stakeholders in ensuring tracking our outcome as far as funding is concerned must be not leave alone. Aligning roles and responsibilities of all the stakeholders, national and sub-national, is very key. Prioritizing where need be, we should also be able to have an assessment indicators to track the effort of local government and even from the ministries as far as implementation of nutrition-related indicators are concerned. Next, our recommendation. We feel honored that if out of this discussion, we shall prioritize tracking of contribution of programs, strategies, intervention to the outcome of DINAP 2. Out of this discussion, the forum will be very important for us. Develop and adopt a cabinet information paper for the upcoming deliberations is very key, because this is where we can be able to harmonize our issues for the attention of cabinet. The next one is we also feel that we must fast track finalization of the food and nutrition policy 2024 and food and nutrition bill 2024. We are privileged, there are people who are working on this, but this business is unfinished business. We must finalize it. Then, progress solution and key actions in areas of human resource, legal framework, and financing. We feel that as far as human resources is concerned, you realize that we have limited personnel for nutrition as far as our cadres at the lower local government concerned. If our structure can be revisited so that we will have cadres for nutrition at sub-county level, it will be very good. I think that is what we feel is the outcome of our questions and the group, Eric. If we were given an opportunity, we'll also feel that we shall have a test of taking group photo.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know that the podium is always nice to stay around, but what I have realized is that while I asked that we collect those notes, some of the handwriting is incomprehensible. So may I therefore request that you quickly type them, and then we'll give you an email address where you forward them, because from what I saw, we may spend more time trying to type. And you know, since we got a very good case study from the previous two groups, I think it is possible. Just give them to us in a manner that they can be quickly processed. Okay, next presenter, you are welcome.
Thank you so much. I greet you all. I'm called Inshut Alex. I'm a nutritionist from Nutrition Garage. I represent a group that is behind there. Those ones clapping. Our assignment today was to tackle question 1, question 2 and 6. The first question being the lessons that we have learned UNAP 2 that we can leverage on to push UNAP 3 the delivery of UNAP 3. One thing that we have looked at and recognized in UNAP 2 is that there was a good enabling environment, there was engagement, and there was political will for the implementation of nutrition strategies. And we are saying that we should see that more in the UNAP 3, where we have seen it at upper levels, but we are now saying that let it scale down to even the local level leadership. We should see more participation from them. We should see even the local budgets, the local counties, the local districts implement capturing nutrition strategies. On top of that, we have also seen that there has been an effort in UNAP 2 to bring down recommendation on nutrition strategies to the local level, but we are saying that we should have more localization of the recommendations from UNAP 3, going down to the lowest level, to the grassroots, because we are saying, one, these challenges are at the community level, so we want even the recommendations or the strategies to go up to the community levels. Then we have also identified that in this UNAP 3, we should have more effort towards the human resource development and the strengthening of the structures for the smooth delivery of UNAP 3. When it comes to assignment 2, we are saying, one, we should have more gender sensitive nutrition strategies that we have not seen so much in UNAP 2, but we are saying that in the next UNAP, we should have nutrition strategies that are gender sensitive to address the cultural and social constraints that are within our communities. Also, another thing that we recommend for UNAP 3, we are saying that let's have more strengthening of the coordination committees at all levels. And also something that we discussed as a group, if we can have things like agriculture food tourism, which is targeting to see that since Uganda is a multilinguistic and multicultural society, even our communities are that way. You find that even the foods that we eat, they are touched on our culture or where we come from. And that in a way can limit people on how they access nutritious foods, because if it is not within my norms, I may quickly neglect it. But we are saying if we can have that harmonization between our communities where we can bring these different foods, to expose different communities to different foods which are outside their norms, that can also increase our access to food. So if UNAP 3 can bring those strategies, that can be hopeful. And also we are saying we should have our culture nutrition, we should have more culture nutrition sensitive strategies. For assignment 6, we are saying, one, the things that we feel we can recommend to be taken up, we are saying that let's have more increase, more financial investment, but that is geared towards especially social behavior change, communication, because we have identified this is one of the constraints on our nutrition strategies in the recent UNAP. So if we can focus more on social behavior changes, we can achieve a lot, or we can have success for our next UNAP. And also, we also need to talk about preserving our indigenous crops. They have a big role in nutrition. The other thing we wanted to, mapping out all actors of nutrition and awaken those who are in slumber. Those are our recommendations from my group that we can put across. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are welcome. But please do type them very quickly, and then we take them before we close. We don't want to take them tomorrow. We want them today. They expire. They have an expiry date, like good food.
Thank you very much. My name is Oluka Johnston from Amuria District. And my group sat down there in the Middle East. So we chose to uniquely identify it as a SDG 17 group. And I thought I would have been helped by the Secretariat on that. However, we are asking, how can we use the lessons from UNAP 2 to speed up UNAP 3? We observed a few things that were negative and others that were positive, some best practices to bring out a few of these notes that we have put in. We thought of strengthening coordination of district nutrition activities as a very important thing that should be carried on forward. There was a very big challenge, which was at the districts. That is due to unevenly distribution of persons to coordinate with. You'd find in some districts, there could even be no partner to work with. And at the moment, you'll find that certain districts have not even done all what was necessary in UNAP 2. So we thought this should be strengthened so that everybody should go at a board, all districts in Uganda should go similarly in the same way. We thought of fostering ownership of the UNAP 3 by final beneficiaries. We saw in UNAP 2, many things were concentrated at the center, at the region, and probably at the district. We did not engage too much of our beneficiaries. Those are the people at the lower level units. So we thought this time around, that should be highly emphasized. Our third point was on monitoring and evaluation. You saw when you looked at the UNAP 1, there was little or nothing that was said on monitoring and evaluation. UNAP 2 attempted to really put all these things around. So our recommendation was that we should strengthen this and bring all stakeholders on board and put all the indicators which can be monitored over time. Lastly, UNAP 2 had better coordination among partners, coordination meetings, and DNCC. So it is important, to encourage that. 2 was asking on what are the main nutrition strategies in NDP 4 that could be useful in UNAP 3. Our premise was looking at the 4 key objectives that are in NDP 4, and then trying to bring those ones that were very relevant to UNAP, nutrition as a thing. So we said sustainable increase on production and value addition is something that should be taken on. And it was important, particularly in agriculture, to note on data that in local governments, you find getting data around the persons of Greek officers on production, it is not as easy as you'd get it in health. So we saw that sustaining that and increasing that production, and then we find that information easily got should be a main strategy that should be promoted. We thought of promoting better nutrition for everybody as a very important thing. 3, to improve access to equity and quality of healthcare at all levels, that we shall be looking at all levels from primary level, that's health center 1 to up to the national referral hospital. That was very important to look at their structures, to look at all those things should be put across, and promoting mobilization and mindset change. You see, issues of mindset change are captured in PDM, and all those other structures that we are working on. I think this is very, very important. The mindset change is still a key thing for everybody. Finally, our recommendations include staffing, especially increasing staffing at all levels, data management, capture and storage, then increase multi-sectoral collaboration and partnership among MDS at national, regional, and at district level. Thank you very much for listening.
Yeah. Yes, we shall take it. Yeah, those who already put them at the PowerPoint, as well at the technical desk, that's fine. We shall download them from there. Thank you very much. Is this the last group? Anyone else who hasn't presented? Where is the presenter? There is a white chair up here for you. Please sit down and welcome.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. I represent that constituency. And my ideas, the reflection of those people, they are not my sole ideas. We looked at question number 3, hurdles in implementing UNAP 3 and how they can be resolved in UNAP 3. The hurdles from UNAP 2, but how would they be resolved in UNAP 3? One was limited funding. We know that there's a lot of resource constraints and it's a bit of challenge. The limited understanding of some sector players on how relevant they are, especially at district government level. The key was that sectors like works, when you engage them, they are a bit slippery, they are a bit, there's where they feel it. They may think they're not part of the equation, but we need to reach out to them and make them really understand. Then limited human resource at district government level for the nutritional cadre at the district level because of constraint presented by public service structure. We don't have an officer at the district government level to be able to coordinate within that space, the research area. The one we have currently sits at the general hospital may have some other challenges. Then M&E constraints of some DLGs. They presented a dashboard here, but some district governments have constraints having such a things. And then limited dissemination of UNAP 2. Some district government, now we are talking about UNAP 3, but I've never seen UNAP 2. So how interesting can it be? So that was also a challenge. Then the high bar requirement for a district neutral focal person. High bar requirement for district neutral focal person at district government level. The current SOPs puts the requirement to be at U3, but has some challenges in terms of staffing ceiling, especially when districts are split. How we get involved into the how do we solve these challenges and how they should be addressed in the UNAP 3. One, resource mobilization. I think there's something I've forgotten. Then there was, in the other constraint, we noticed was subnational level engagement for peer learning, experience sharing, and research framework understanding. It's not there in the current UNAP 2. So how do we attempt to address some of this? Resource mobilization from stakeholders, partners, and domestic local revenue. Domestic local revenue support some of these things. And then orientation of district, political leaders, technical, cultural, and business into nutritional issues to create a critical mass, support continuum of events in budgeting for the nutritional sector activities. And then engage the public service to create a position of the nutritionist at this government level to be able to strengthen technical and other coordination at that level. But also the group agreed that to have create an ODK version for the dashboard so that it is easy handled at that local level and for timely sharing of data in that space. But also we need to create zonal peer learning platform structures for track real-time implementation and peer sharing. You notice that we have so many districts now that 135, maybe next financial year there can be 200. I can assure you, you cannot get 200 work plans. You look at them and then you make meaning out of it. In addition to your other daily responsibilities, it becomes a bit impractical, but it needs to be dialogued how to be harmonized with other structures of government. And then CSOs and other stakeholders prioritize resources for governance and ensure sensitive intervention into their budgets. We noted at local government level, the governance is where allocated money. This money usually comes largely from partners, but the money on governance and some sensitive intervention is where allocated. And if this is bad, so the CSOs and other stakeholders should actually think through and include it there. Then we relax the requirement for the district nutritional focal person to make it be inclusive. You can't say someone be at U3 at the district local government level to just connect at primary level. And then at sector level, you put at U2. I think there's a problem, and we need to look into that, to have inclusion and create space for competition, all that. Then we went question number 4, the SDG report and how it can help us better align UNAP 3 to development goals. So we note that the gaps that be sensitized from that report can be prioritized into our next UNAP. The gaps, we sensitize them, and then based on that gap, we can put them UNAP as action point or target in that way. But also we need to look at like increasing awareness for these reports to the local stakeholders for better understanding of some of these things. Then recommendations to the output of this, UNAP 3 should be aligned to NDP 4. And then we need some national level meeting like this, the replica of this at national level. Supposing we had this at national level, sub-national level, 4 coming here. I'm sure that the conversation here would have been so enriched. We had only national voices. You didn't hear the echoes from all these circles of Uganda. You don't know what happens there. But if you have those sub-national levels, the echoes will be well organized. And when they come at this national level, they'll be representing a national picture of some of these things. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you. And lastly,
all right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
Okay. Good evening once again. Awesome. So I'm representing a group of delegates. Please wave. Yeah, so they're on that table, and many of our points have already been mentioned. So ours is just emphasis from the delegates. So we're looking at questions 4, 5, and 6. So I'll start with 4 that looks at SDG VNR report, how it can help us to better align with the UNAP 2. And what we're saying, how we interpreted this is looking at SDGs through the lens of the UNAP, because the SDGs are much broader than the UNAP. And so we want to see how to capture these broad development issues and goals into the UNAP. And we had a presentation that gave really good statistics that we are at about 55% achievement of SDGs in Uganda, if I got that right. And so we have to, it's timely for us to review and see how is our UNAP helping us to get closer towards achieving the 0 goals. Sorry, I'm a teacher. I like it when people look at me when I'm talking. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to be fast. All right. So how we're going to do that is the SDG VNR has key action areas. And what we're saying is we should tie the UNAP objectives or actions to these key action areas. Among them is financing, partnership, localization, and so much more. But we didn't have enough time to really delve into it. But some of the things that stood out was how can, from UNICEF, Mr. Zakari mentioned that if the prices of food go high, we have higher chances of getting higher rates of wasting. So if one of the key action areas of the SDG VNR is financing, how can we tie financing to wasting? And gender is also a priority that is coming up quite often in the SDGs or in the development arena right now. So how can we tie gender to issues of chronic forms of malnutrition? There's quite some elaborate discussions on how to bring the women on board, but I think we're also seeing quite a gap in how to bring the men on board and to also be supportive in these roles. So having a review in a more holistic manner to see how to improve the current status at which we're at with SDG and UNAP would be the guiding, the direction to take. So then the second strong point was strengthening coordination across the MDAs. And this we felt we would answer it best in the question number 5, which was looking at how different sectors can work together to better ensure UNAP 2. So one thing we recognize is that these are different entities with different priorities and different guidelines. So we're trying to see that what was appreciated is that the only way we can bring different people to allocate, to bring together their resources can be in the form of finances, can be in the form of personnel. It's by them having a shared common interest and mindset. So there was a lot of emphasis on joint planning, where we're seeing all sectors. I believe I heard it mentioned by another presenter that many times you see it's mainly the health represented in the UNAP or the DNAPs, but how do we bring in the agriculture and other sectors to also prioritize? So one of the ways is through joint planning. And as I said, there are delegates here, so some had practical experiences, recognizing that when we start planning, this joint planning, many times it's not in a timely manner. So you find everyone is rushing to put their priority first. So it makes it seem like there's no jointness in that. So having this planning in a joint manner would be one of the ways. Then having joint M&E monitoring and evaluation to see how we are progressing towards achieving the impact of nutrition interventions that have been planned for. And then recognizing that there are different entities, we say that there should be joint guiding principles for efficient relation among the different stakeholders, as well as resource allocation. Sorry. So where each player's roles are clearly defined, and they're held accountable to it. So how we'd see this is successful is by seeing an overall, we'll know this works through seeing an overall operational or functional DNAP or UNAP at our different levels. Finally, we don't have so many recommendations. We just want this gathering to go back with this one point. One of the presenters earlier on today said that the tone at the top determines the actions at the bottom, but that is only true if we take what we have here at the top to the bottom. So our emphasis is that we should have more engagement and empowerment and participation of different stakeholders at different levels. So this can be through sensitization and awareness of the stakeholders, and also raising up advocates who can go ahead to promote community-led initiatives within the community. There was a strong emphasis as well on increased technical professionals like the nutritionists, who can actually provide this technical guidance and push forward the agenda because they have a more holistic understanding. But we don't want to stop at the technical. We believe that since nutrition is multi-sectoral and it's cost-cutting, it's an idea that can be discussed among all of us. So there should be that orientation across the different stakeholders. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, another big round of applause for all the presenters who have done us very well. I think what you've done is to clarify to us that you have been very alert the whole 5 days, 4 days, and that in itself is very helpful. So as we said, that is it in terms of what we wanted to do today. We do not intend to keep you any longer unless there is 1 or 2 people who have a point to make, to keep others longer. We can allow you to do that. But if you don't have any other point to make, we would like to just proceed and close, so we can give you some time to go and prepare for the closing that will be happening tomorrow morning, and it will have a lot of fanfare. The big drums will be back, both the people and the real drums, in terms of how they will be entering here. But the way it will work tomorrow is that it's going to be a half day. It starts early. We expect the arrival of the Right Honorable Prime Minister at about 10 o'clock. But that means that all of us have to be here, and we all have to eat before she comes so that we look nice when she comes. We look satisfied. And so we expect all of you to do that. So there will be light refreshments in the morning. We will not call you to go out and come back in. And then after the light refreshments, you'll all go and come in so that by 10 o'clock when she arrives, we are all seated. We will then have the formal function where we shall go into anthems. Some school children are going to join us and talk about food in school, or well, sing about poem. What do they say? Recite a poem about school-related issues and nutrition. We will then have a presentation of the outcome document, a very early draft of what we have gone through. It will not be anything final. It will just be for purposes of sharing. And then we shall have statements by development partners, as well as the different scaling up nutrition networks for academia and research, for private sector, for civil society, and others. And then the ministers will also be making statements, and then we shall have a session that will be launching a few of the innovations and initiatives that we have, and the Right Honorable Prime Minister will close this forum officially. So that's how the day is going to work. So thank you very much. For those of you who have made presentations, please make sure that we have the soft copies with us. You can, if you give them to him, we can get them. But if you didn't, you can still give them to the technical people there. They'll put them on their machine and we shall download them from there. And I think that is it from me. I want to just thank you very much and wish you a good evening, and see you tomorrow, and say God bless you.